Hello. Good morning. Good morning, beautiful people. Good afternoon if you're on the East Coast. But if you're on the West Coast, which is the best coast, it's a good morning. Hello from the you in Chi-Town. Hey, Coup, is it pronounced Kudo? Kudo? Third coast? 4 minutes afternoon, yeah. It's 4 minutes after 9 a.m. for me. KGR, hello. How are you, KGR? Gate up booze, what a pimped out Kujisu. Ain't got no job, but I stay shy. Can't pay my rent, cause all my money's spent. But that's okay, cause I'm still fly. Da, 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 da. Got a quarter tank of gas in my new E-Class bin. Guys, I don't know if anyone's old enough to remember that song. Like, I'm old enough to remember that song, but I remember when I was younger, I thought that the words were, got a quarter tank of gas in my Nuki, got a quarter tank of gas in my Nuki class. I don't know what the fuck I thought it was, but I didn't think it was the words that I thought it was or whatever. I don't know. Anyway, that's not what we're here for today. Today is a special day. Today's a special day. Chat, we absolutely have to be nice to MAGA today because today is MAGA's day. MAGA, happy 6-year January 6th anniversary. That's a mouthful. Happy J6 anniversary. We have to actually be nice to MAGA today because it's their day. And we would not want anyone being rude to us on our big day, right? Because we know that 6 years ago on this day, MAGA absolutely tried to overthrow the country. They tried in multiple ways and they failed. But what's so interesting about their failures, and we have to give it to them, it's their perseverance. MAGA literally said, we fall down, but we get up. We fall down, but we get up. For a traitor is a loser that fell down and voted for Trump again. That's where we are. Anywho, they still got what they were looking for, right? But the point is, the thing that they were actually looking for, little did we know, right? They were looking to be pro-predators, right? They wanted to absolutely protect their predators. That's why they wanted Trump back in power. They wanted to be warmongers. That's why they wanted Trump back in power. They wanted this immigration crisis that we're dealing with. That's why they wanted Trump back in power. They wanted a collapsed economy. That's why they're back in. That's why they wanted Trump back in power. They wanted starving Americans. That's why they wanted Trump back in power, and they got it. So MAGA, today is your J6 anniversary. Get in the box. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Just a reminder, it may be your anniversary, but all of 2026, we will live by the rule, you crash out, you lose. MAGA, you crash out, you lose. You don't get to crash in either. Neither one. Anywho, chat, tap the screen, share the live. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 10,000 likes. If you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. We are only looking for some debates. Please do not request up. If you are not a Trump supporter, we are not talking to friendlies. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. If you're a friendly, tap the screen, share the live. And only share it out maybe once or twice, but repost. Reposts are massive. Reposts are super, super massive. Also, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. I'm going to continue to reset the daily gift goal to these little 1 cent gift goals. With that being said, let go.
You stepped in the box. Now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here. You better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats and get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit. Yeah, step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move.
D3, guess what? You don't get to talk in my comments, so you gotta come up, get in the box. You wanna. You don't get to, yeah.
I don't care what you claim or your background. Facts only, if not, get clapped down. Whether you're left or right, or you don't even vote. If your logic is weak, I'll sink your boat.
Hey.
You talk slick, but you ain't got source.
No.
Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force. I'm the test, the trap, the trip, the call.
Hey.
You step once, I'm snatching it all.
Go.
Yeah. Step in if you dare. You dare. Hit hard like a punch in the air. Punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. Yeah. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. No. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in.
Oh, Richard, don't put that in the chat, poo-poo. What are we doing? That's gross. Don't be weird in my chat.
Hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script.
No.
One wrong move,
Hey.
real quick.
Hey,
No cap,
Jared.
no
That was in chat for Jared. Appreciate you. Step in, don't you wanna.
Sparring with Santana. Yeah. This ain't a safe place.
It is not.
This is flame space.
Absolutely
and don't
is.
You wanna. Sparring with Santana.
Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana. One-on-one debates with Trump supporters. If you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. If you are someone that supports Donald Jimothy Trump, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. If you're not a Trump supporter, do not request up. We are not talking to friendlies. We are only looking for some debates. With that being said, if you're a friendly, tap the screen, share the live. I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal to these little 1 cent gift goals. MAGA, fair warning. And I am a kind and benevolent creator. Yeah. I give you a space to actually have your voice elevated, to have your words heard, to be seen. And let's not kid ourselves. Let's not kid ourselves. With the current currency of the world, which is attention. MAGA, you guys absolutely want attention. You guys absolutely want that attention. But I digress. I give you an opportunity to actually get in the box and share your feelings, your thoughts, your words. I give you an opportunity to have your voice heard. But guess what you don't get to do? You don't get to use your voice in my chat. I don't allow that one. I may be kind. I may be benevolent. I may be, I don't want to say the most fair host on TikTok, but I'm kind of fair. Regardless, I may be all those things, but the one thing that I'll never be is someone who allows you to yip yap from the cheap seats. So if you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. And if you do not, if you make a decision to actually, you know, run your mouth in the comments, just like this ass hat here, Jaden, guess what, Bub? I'm gonna mute you. But I am kind, I am fair. I will send you a request to come up. You have the option to get in the box. I'll never silence your voice like that. I'm never
nigger.
Hey, what do you think you coming up saying nigger actually does?
Nigger, you're black.
Hey,
you're just
I know,
black.
I am. And listen, you're a kid, right? See, this is the thing, Jaden. I'm going to go ahead and block you, not because you said, you know, nigger, right? No one, that doesn't, I know. Shh, listen, let me teach you a quick lesson. I'm not going to block you because you said the N word. No one cares, right? You're a kid and you think that actually does something. I'm going to block you because you shouldn't be here. But the one bit of advice I will give you before I block you is you might want to actually watch your mouth. Your words have consequences in real life. So I'm going to go ahead and block you because you shouldn't be in my life because you're a child. But words have consequences. They absolutely have consequences. Just to make sure you guys know. Also, again, for the adults that are actually raising these kids, especially, oh my gosh, young white men. I feel bad for young white men. I genuinely do. I not even joking. I feel bad for young white men. And not in the sense of like they're victims. They're not victims. But thinking about it, chat, just think about it for a second. Seriously, think about it for a second. If all of your life and your dad's life and your grandfather's life and your great grandfather's life and your great grandfather's life, the world was your oyster. The world was built around you. The world catered to young white men because they sat at the top of the patriarchal system. Right? And then one day, a woman is brave enough to stand up and say, "Me too." And those two little words shook the foundation of young white men. After those words were spoken, young white men in general, men overall, could no longer do harm with no repercussions. They could no longer live in a world where they didn't have to have a personality. They could no longer live in a world where it was all about the money that they were making and bringing in. They had to actually do something and be something, right? And these young white men who overwhelmingly have been given the world is now being told like, hey, you don't get to be harmful. And it's not all about you. We need people. And so we need diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. We need people to have the ability to shape this world. It's not just about you anymore, young white men. That broke them. That literally broke their souls. And so they lashed out. They lashed out. They lashed out at women, specifically white women. The way that white men lashed out at white women is something that has to be studied. Because this is the first time in US history, right, that white women are actually graduating college at the same rate as white men. And again, when that happens, they no longer can say, you have to listen to me. You have to be a stay-at-home mother. You have to be someone that is barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen. They lashed out at white women about that one. They did. Young white men hated young white women because they no longer were willing to accept the way the world was. They stood up and said, we are not our grandparents. That's another reason why the birth rate is down, right? It's declining. We know that. But young white men did something. Young white men, white man fight back, right? That's the chant. They stood up and they fought back. And I'm going to tell you how in just a minute. I want to make sure we get to the guests. I don't want to leave these people hanging for too long. Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
No.
Okay. Did you want to come up because you're a white man and you wanted to talk about what I was talking about?
Well, no, I have a criminal record, so I can't vote. But
no, I said, are you a Trump supporter? Not did you vote for Trump?
I don't.
Like, are you getting jiggy with what he's doing?
I don't know how much it impacts me because I don't live in the continental U.S. I live in the Caribbean. So.
Oh, okay. Are you a pirate?
Yeah, probably. Not.
Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We're not talking to friendlies. Even if you are a pirate of the Caribbean, right? Just an FYI. Like I fucks with Johnny Depp in the movie and all that, but only request up if you're a Trump supporter. Anyway, like I was saying, young white men fought back. And it wasn't that young white men just was like, oh, I have to fight back. But they fought back. They fought back in multiple ways, right? The first time that they realized that they had to fight back is when a white woman had the opportunity to pull ahead of them. Now, we all know, right? Men, including myself, we're misogynists. Inherently, we're misogynistic. I mean, we have to unpack that. We have to break that down every single day. We have to deal with our misogyny. And if you're not actively trying to work on it, then you are actively letting it consume you, and there is no in between, period. Right? But these young white men saw this white woman and said, can't let this white woman get ahead. We got to vote for Trump. And so they voted for Trump over Hillary Clinton. Hi, Mr. Opinionated. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yep.
Okay. Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing all right. And as you can hear my voice, I'm not a white.
No, that's fine. That doesn't mean anything. You just, it was story time as I was waiting on you and your cohorts to join. Hey, happy anniversary.
I don't know what that means, but
It's your anniversary. It's your anniversary.
Maybe that's some sarcasm,
No, seriously. Happy anniversary. Really quick, seriously, before we go too far, Mr. Opinionated, question for you. Do you know who I am?
Nope, never seen you.
Okay, that's cool. Not an issue at all. And it's not like I'm sitting here like, oh, you should know me. That's fine. Would you mind if I give you a quick introduction to who I am and what this is?
Oh, go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you. One moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters. If you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. If you're someone that supports Donald Jimothy Trump, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates, guys. Please do not request up. If you are not a Trump supporter, we're not talking friendlies. We are only looking for some debates. But if you are a friendly, tap the screen, share the live. I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal to these little 1-cent gift goals. It'll help push us out to the FYP. Also, make sure you send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It'll boost the live as well. With that being said, Mr. Opinionated, the reason why I said happy anniversary is because it's your anniversary. 6-year anniversary of January the 6th. And wow, you guys failed on that day to overthrow democracy. You guys were persistent. And with your persistentness, you guys were able to get to where you want, and you guys were able to get the things that you want, which included being pro-predators, being warmongers, causing an immigration crisis, collapsing the economy, and starving Americans. So, Mr. Opinionated, I just have to know, as a Trump supporter, are you proud of where we are today? And also, 5-year anniversary, not 6. I don't know why I keep saying that. 5-year anniversary. And are you proud of where you are today? And even more so, are you going to throw something on the grill for your anniversary?
Well, the anniversary joke doesn't land too well, but
it's not a joke. It's the truth.
On another note, I don't agree with the pro-predators, the warmongers. We're not in an immigration crisis. We just need to enforce the law. And what collapsed economy we in? I live in the area where some of the homes are the highest in the nation, and they have went down. Our median home price went back down to, maybe like $390. I mean, that's pretty good. The rates have got cut 3 times, and we're about to be down to 3.9% again versus with Joe and the hat that you had on. They put so many ninjas like you in jail. Plus, our economy was double the rate. Plus, the homes and the gas and everything was up.
Yeah.
So, I mean, what are we talking about here?
Man, listen, Mr. Opinionated.
So, are we talking wish me?
Ooh, listen, hey, not gonna lie, you were spitting just now. You were spitting. I hear you. You said a lot of nothing, but at least you were trying. So let's kind of dig into a couple of the things that you said, right? We can talk about the difference between the economy then and now. We can talk about the actual predators that you guys are absolutely not only pro, but protecting. We could talk about how you guys are warmongering. Like I can get into all of those, but I need you to be kind of specific for me because you said a lot and I can deal with any of those. Where do you specifically want to start?
So you can start with anywhere you want to lose it.
Touche. Let's talk about the collapsed economy, because you said something that was super interesting to me. You talked about like the housing market and you talked about the interest rates and you did all of that. Good stuff. First and foremost, I guess one baseline question that I have, and I think this is super important, right? Super important because I think that a lot of people get away from this, and this is something that we need to make sure that we always remember. Mr. Opinionated, question for you. Do you live in a society?
I mean, I think that's a given.
Okay. So since we both can agree that we all live in a society, right? We are not, in a silo. We're not in a position where it's just us and nothing outside of us affect us. We have to adhere to the premise that as long as we live in a society, the effects that are occurring around us in said society can actually cause issues for us, either directly or indirectly. Is that an accurate statement?
To some.
Oh, what do you mean to some?
I mean, it's an opinion.
Tell me how so.
Because if I may not believe that premise, then it's an opinion. It's not a fact because you said it. Okay.
Let me give you an example. So, one thing, you remember, this is a while. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
52.
52. Okay, so you're a man of a certain age. You remember that was a couple of years ago, right? And those darn young kids were like trying to go viral on the old internet, and they started like eating fucking Tide Pods. Do you remember that?
I remember hearing about something like that.
Shit was wild, Mr. Opinion. They were like eating fucking Tide Pods. And so, you can't eat Tide Pods because that's chemicals, right? That's dangerous. And they shouldn't be doing that. And so, since we live in a society, these young knuckleheads that were just trying to go viral on the internet by eating Tide Pods, what had to happen is not only did like Tide have to make sure they put a specific label saying, do not consume this, but a lot of the stores had to take precautions as far as like putting these Tide Pods behind like the protective glasses. You know how you go into a store and then you want to grab something and then you got to like press that buzzer and stand and waiting for the person to show up just because you want to get some deodorant or some shit.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Have you been in it?
Yeah.
Well, I don't go to Walmart's, but yeah. And so what happened is because we live in a society and because of the actions of others, I was indirectly affected where I could no longer just go and grab my Tide Pods and go home and wash my laundry. I had to basically be supervised in order to be able to get set Tide Pods. So the point that I'm getting to, by living in a society, the actions of others affect us, whether directly or indirectly. Now, with that example being given, can we agree that that's not an opinion, that's a fact of life?
I mean, I still think that may be an opinion because you feel affected by that. I may go in and feel like, hey, this don't bother me. I got to be walked around.
It's not about the feel of the effect, but it's the actual effect. Did the actual experience of being able to purchase said Tide Pods, did those change due to the actions of other individuals?
Okay. Yeah.
That's accurate? Okay. So that's not an opinion. That's a fact. The point that I'm trying to get across, right? And the reason why I'm trying to lay all this out and was trying to get to an agreement is to get to the point of saying, just because you think that you may be doing well, right, does not mean that the things that are happening around you are not actually causing barriers, issues, or any of those other things. So that was the whole premise of me trying to get an agreement that not only do we live in a society, but the society affects what's happening. So with that being said, you were talking about the economy, you were talking about the housing market. Question for you: did you know that currently the housing market is in the worst shape that it's been in since before the 2008 housing bubble?
It should be.
Why? Wait, why should it be?
Because Joe and them had it so high that it got ridiculous.
Yep. It's always Joe. You know what? Joe was in there fucking around and doing all kinds of stuff. You know what I will give you? And so I don't know I don't know how often or how much business you're in or how much like real estate or all this other stuff. The one thing I will say, right, because I'm not a complete hack. I'm not a Democratic shill or what shill, whatever. Anyway, the one thing I will give you is that like Joe Biden, I completely completely was like pissed off when he did this, but he repealed Dodd-Frank. You know what Dodd-Frank is?
A little bit, but not off the top of my head.
Okay. Yep. He deregulated Dodd-Frank, which Dodd-Frank, with the deregulations that he did, it caused a couple of different issues, right? One, it allowed corporations to be able to buy these single family homes, right? And so they were able to come in and one, it removed the moratorium of being able to have to wait. So instead of individuals getting like first dibs on these single family homes, corporations could come in and actually purchase these homes. And not only could they come in and purchase these homes, but they could absolutely overbid for the homes. So instead of the actual homes being like, if the homes were worth $100,000, they could come in and they could say, you know what, I'm gonna give you $200,000. And they did that. And they bought up like whole subdivisions. They bought up a shit ton of houses. Like these corporations took advantage.
We have that issue in Vegas. I live in Vegas. We have the huge issue.
Fucking love Vegas. Yeah.
And here's the problem with that. Mm-hmm. Now they begging people to buy these homes.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I know.
Now they on their knees with knee pads. They giving you 50,000.
Yeah. No, like they've been slashing home prices for sure. But like
that's what they should be doing.
Yeah. I agree. Listen, I'm gonna get there with you, but like that's the one thing that I can say that's fucked up, right? So you and I can agree, like that should never have happened because rolling back those protections hurt everyday Americans and allowed these corporations to buy these homes, right? That was fucked up, right?
But Santana, your name is Santana, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Santana though. But before that even happened, investors was taking homes from single families. So they
were taking homes?
Well, I mean, they were buying them right out from under people. You knew how it was. They were buying them
right up them people.
People had financing at banks and other people had cash. And before that even happened, investors was coming in big time and just regular investors and just buying out. There was a problem in Vegas. I don't know.
No. Again, this happened because Joe Biden deregulated Dodd-Frank. Like they couldn't before Dodd-Frank stopped.
No, I'm saying before the deregulation.
No. They couldn't do, like literally it was against the law before that.
No, I'm not saying corporations. I'm saying individual investors who had
so like individual people. Oh,
yeah, okay. And they was buying homes out, especially because once we came out the recession, people started saying, "Oh, it's cheap. I got good credit. The banks will mess with me. Mm-hmm. I'm buying these homes out from under people. No matter what it was, they still was not focusing on the family to get a home to gain some type of wealth in this system. They let anybody buy them out. Even if you got money, you was able to come in and take it from people.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll talk about that in a second, but I want to finish this point and then I want to move on from there, but we'll come right back to that. But the point that I'm getting to is Joe Biden deregulating the housing market caused issues and it hurt everyday Americans. And you and I can agree that like that's fucked up and that shouldn't happen, right?
Yep.
Okay. And even more so because I'm intellectually honest and I'm ethical. I can call out Joe Biden and I can say Joe Biden's fucked up, and you can do the same with Trump, right?
I mean, I could do if a spade is a spade, I can do
right. But what I'm saying is you can call balls and strikes. If it's fucked up, it's fucked up, and it doesn't matter. Like you can do it. Like I just did it. You can do it, right?
Okay.
I'm just saying. I'm making sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, actually, it was Donald Trump that deregulated Dodd-Frank. It wasn't Joe Biden. Literally, Donald Trump deregulated Dodd-Frank in his first administration, which led to the predatory home industry that is currently happening, right? It allowed these massive companies to come in and undercut and buy up all of these areas and literally destabilize the housing market. So you and I can both agree that was wrong, right, Mr. Opinionated?
So here's what I'm gonna say, because you and I can both agree that who was in office when our houses were double, sir? Can we talk facts?
I just need really quick. Hold on, before we talk facts.
Gas was double.
Before we talk facts or before we pivot, because again, I want to ensure that you and I are aligned and we are both being intellectually honest, right? And you said that you could call balls and strikes. You said that, right? And I sat there and laid out all of these fucked up things. And when it was Joseph Robinette Biden's name on it, you were on board with agreeing that it was fucked up. But now that I told you, actually, that wasn't Sleepy Joe. That was Dozing Don. Why aren't you condemning him right now?
I'm on board with the fact that when someone makes a law and you're in office and you have to put it into application and how you let it go in your term, then you're responsible. Okay. And all I know is gas was over $4.
But why are we switching from housing markets to gas? Mr. Opinionated.
All I know is everyday life is that I'm talking about.
I know, and we can talk about everyday life. I promise you, thank you for the glasses. I promise you we're going to talk about everyday life. We will. But listen, you had no problems just a few minutes ago agreeing that that was fucked up because you thought it was Biden. But when I told you it was actually Trump, then you sat here and moved the goalpost so you can't even agree, and now you want to talk about other things.
I'm going to agree with you. I'm going to agree with you. Now, can we talk facts?
Yeah, let's talk facts.
In the term that Joe Biden was in office, was gas higher than it is now?
Yeah. No, wait, not now. What? Hold on. Let me be clear with your answer. So when Joe Biden was in office, gas prices were higher. But as far as where they are now, hold on one second, let me finish. As far as where they are now, Joe Biden actually handed off lower gas prices to Donald Trump at the end of his administration, and the gas prices have gone back up since then. So to be clear, at certain points during Biden's administration, yes, it was higher, but the gas prices have gone above where they were under the Biden administration. All
I'm saying is, hey, on the West Coast here, some of the highest gas prices.
Listen, I live on the West Coast too.
Gas right now is only three and a quarter. Some of it is under $3 here, and that's never been seen in the Joe term here.
Oh,
never, not one time. I seen gas the other day at $2.67 in Las Vegas. That's unheard of.
You're in Vegas, baby. Vegas, baby. So I got you. Don't worry. Hold on.
Then
one second.
The homes are sitting here. The homes are down. And everything is down.
Hold on. You're saying a lot of different things. Like
I'm saying that everyday man life is down.
Right, but you're moving off things.
Let's talk about the gas.
Okay, cool. Hold on.
The gas is down right now.
Okay, 1 second.
It was higher when Joe was running the country. That's a fact. I had a 2500 Ram then. I was paying $4.
What? You had a 2500 Ram?
I got out of it because I was getting 11 miles to the gallon in Vegas heat.
God damn. That's a lot.
And now gas is down to $3.14, $3.25. I mean, come on, man. Gas is cheap.
Yeah. Gas is cheap. I fucks with that. So a couple of things, right? Because I want to make sure that you and I can agree on a couple of things. You already know I'm with the trickery, right? I've already tipped my hand a little bit, and so I want to make sure that you know that before I say stuff, I know what I'm saying, right? But with that being said, if I can prove to you that Donald Trump caused higher gas prices under Joe Biden's term, would you be willing to stop saying that high gas prices were because of Biden and start putting the blame on Trump? Yes or no?
No, sir.
Okay, so even if I can prove to you that the higher prices for gas under Joe Biden were caused directly by Donald Trump, if I can prove that, you still won't blame Donald Trump for that, you will blame Joe Biden.
No, I'm basically saying, hey, the number one person, there are certain responsibilities that go with it. And unfortunately, you have to take the blame. No matter what you do in life, if you're the number one person, you got to take some of the blame.
Okay.
And
but
no matter,
and I'm not saying absolving Joe Biden. Listen, I need you to hear me. Like, listen to me for a second. I need you to really hear me. I'm not saying that I'm telling you that I want you to sit here and solely blame Donald Trump. But what I'm saying is, if I can prove that the prices that were higher were directly caused by Donald Trump, and Joe Biden was just dealing with it. Right now, we can talk about how he dealt with it, how long it took, and all this other stuff. But if I can prove to you that the prices were directly driven up to where they were because of Donald Trump, will you stop saying that the high prices were caused by Joe Biden? I mean, if you want to say that he didn't do a good job managing it, cool. But can we get to that point? Yes or no?
No, sir.
Then what's the point of you even like having this conversation? So what this sounds like to me now, Mr. Opinionated, because I believe in something like super important, right? I believe in when you have new facts, you should be willing to actually change your mind, right? I honestly believe that. I believe new data gives you the ability to change your opinion. But if you're sitting here saying that even though you can receive new information and new data, you will hold on to a premise that is a lie, that doesn't seem like a problem to you?
And I'm going to tell you why you look at it like that. Because in my eyes, you're an ideologue. You think your word is doctrine, and it's not. Just because you think you said a fact doesn't make it an actual fact, sir. Okay, so when you're coming from me at your perspective or your angle from your argument, it doesn't hit me like you think it does, to where now I can't do this, I can't do that, because it's not a fact that's been proven by both of us in a conversation. It's just your fact. Yeah.
Well, so let me say this really quick. The interesting part about dealing with this MAGA movement, right? Dealing with Donald Trump taking power and the reshaping of reality is, for some reason, you guys don't know what facts are anymore. And when I say that, I mean, you guys, for some reason, think that there's your facts and there's my facts. No, they're just facts, right? Like there's empirical facts. Like there's things that are not subjective. Now there are opinions, right? And opinions should be based on facts. Like my opinions are based off of the facts that I have. And so when I actually give my opinion, it's based off of facts that I can provide and say like, hey, this is why I believe what I believe. But facts are facts no matter who uses them. Mr. Opinionated, like we share facts. There's no individual facts. So if you're sitting here saying that we haven't agreed or like debated a fact, like that's not how facts work. So I'm not trying to change your facts with the information that I'm giving you. I'm not an ideologue because I want to change the facts. I'm trying to, and even that's why I said, I'm not trying to get you to solely blame Donald Trump. That would be me trying to change your opinion. I'm not trying to get you to change your opinion. What I'm trying to do is introduce new facts that at the very least, you will stop saying things that are empirically wrong. And that's something that you should be willing to do. You don't think that you sitting here saying that even if I give you evidence, because I'm not going to give you my opinion and just say, take it. I'm going to give you the facts, and then I'm going to give you my opinion based off of the facts.
Sure, I still don't agree with you. I still think that you're the typical person on the other side that takes a broad brush to no matter what we say about Trump, you have a rebuttal about it. You have a this about it. And it kills me that Black folks want to paint a broad brush on somebody else when we don't like the broad brush painted on us for years. But you have this broad brush that you paint very, very colorful on the other side. And you cool with it being very solid paint. And nobody can rebuttal it. And you don't see that as an issue at all. You don't see that as like hate and disdain and don't listen to the real factual issues, because everybody on your side has this type of issue.
Got it. So this is the problem with what you're saying, right? You're contradicting yourself in like mid-sentence, because while you are talking about me, then you start to talk about everyone else. And I am an individual. Absolutely an individual. I am not.
Bro, you
like
match
most
the
people.
format. You match the format on that side.
That's fine. Listen. Whatever. If that's how you feel,
just
that's fine.
As they call people blagger and they say I match the format,
I
you match
and
the
listen
format.
to you. Why are you talking over me now? I listen to you. The point that I'm getting across is you're sitting here and you're trying to categorize me as anyone else on the left. And the difference is I'm not like everyone else on the left. I have wildly different opinions, values, and thoughts as far as certain people that are on the left. I don't hold to certain things. And one thing that I do ensure is that I am always consistent as far as my views. I'm concise. I hold the same premise for multiple things, right? I'm very logical in the way that I view things. And with that being said, I don't say stuff that I can't prove, right? I don't make these comments. I don't generalize Trump supporters for the most part, right? Sometimes, like, I think that stereotypes at times can be true, right? Certain things are a through line. And so sometimes I might pull on that through line, but I treat each individual person that I have a conversation with as an individual. Like, that's why you haven't heard me call you blagger yet. That's why you haven't heard me say, well, you guys do this or you guys do that. I've literally been calling you by your TikTok name this entire time because I'm talking to you as an individual. And then based off of our conversation, I can make my assessment of you and to see if you are just like the collective or are you somehow different, right? So that's how I go about things. With that being said, I've never painted Donald Trump with a broad brush. I am very specific as far as the words that I use when I speak on Donald Trump. And when I say that he is a racist, a sexist, a classist, a fascist, I can prove every single word in the sentence that I said, and I don't hesitate in it. So if you think that you're talking to someone that's just going to say orange man bad, you're on the wrong live, Bubba. With that being said, if you think that you're just here to say, oh, the left is wrong, and no matter what the left is saying, I'm just gonna like say no, then I don't think there's any room for an actual conversation, right? Because I'm willing to change my opinion based off of any facts that you can give me. And if you're sitting here saying that you're unwilling to change your opinion or even be willing to adjust your opinion based off of facts, then I don't think there's a point of you being up here talking to me.
Because you're trying to change people's minds?
Whose minds am I trying to change?
You said I'm supposed to change my opinion because of your fact. You're trying to change my mind.
I'm not trying to change your mind. I just want you to stop saying stupid shit if it's wrong. Like, you shouldn't feel comfortable saying wrong shit in public. Like, that's it. That's literally it. I want people to just stop being willing to say wrong shit in front of everyone. Like, it has to be embarrassing at some point. There's no reason why people should go. Right now, there's 1.3 thousand people watching here on TikTok. There's another almost 400 people watching on YouTube. There's people on Twitch. Like, we should be at a point where we don't want to just walk around and just say shit that's just vehemently wrong, shit that can be easily disproved. Like that, not only does, and now this is where I'm gonna get kind of personal, right? Not only does that make you look bad, but that makes Black people look bad as a whole. When we have Black people that are willing to walk around in front of hundreds of thousands of people and parrot shit that's easily disprovable and shit that's easily to check to figure out that it's wrong, then it makes Black people look bad as a whole. And I'm not with that. I don't want to make Black people look bad. So the point that I'm just trying to get across is I don't give a shit about your opinion. I'm not trying to change your opinion. I just want you to stop saying shit that's easily disprovable and wrong.
Okay, and I mean, just as you just said right now, I believe, this is my first time in your live, I believe what you do makes Black folks look bad.
Okay.
Based
off of what empirical data?
How you just my eyes on you. I don't know you. I never seen your live. Nothing like that. Just how you was acting in the beginning, how you play the songs. It's like a minstrel man. That's what I think they see when they see you doing all the buffoonery that you did in the beginning. And they're not going to take you serious on these so-called facts because of all the extra buffoonery that you do in the beginning. So I feel some of that makes us look bad.
Oh, so what you're saying is the fact that I have a certain presentation when I actually, no, showmanship, sure. So you're saying that since I have a certain level of showmanship, that people won't take me serious, and you think that makes Black people look bad. Is that what you're saying?
I just think the way that you come across on the spectrum of, hey, here's a little bit of fun, and then let's go move it all the way to serious. It's like, it's almost like, how can I? Got
it. Quick question for you, Mr. Opinionated. You said you're 52. You're from are you from the West Coast, or do you just live on the West Coast? Mr. Opinionated?
No, I live on the West Coast currently.
No, I said, are you from the West Coast, or do you just live on the West Coast?
No. I'm from Gary, Indiana.
Okay. Cool. Do you like football?
I like sports.
You like the NFL?
Yeah, NFL, college. I mean, I ain't watched a football game in a while, but
okay. Question for you: who was your team growing up, or if you had to say, like, this is my team, this is my NFL team, who would it be?
I'm all Chicago based.
Really? So the Bears?
Yeah.
Okay. That was a shocker. Usually, men around your age, they're like diehard 40. I'm not 49, but Cowboy fans. Okay, cool.
I despise the Cowboys.
Yeah. I kind of pity them, but whatever. Can we agree that if not the greatest, one of the greatest cornerbacks of all time is Deion Sanders?
Okay, we can agree. One of them.
Cool. How much pomp and circumstance did Deion Sanders engage with? How much showmanship did Deion Sanders have? Did Deion Sanders coin a phrase, you look good, you play good, they pay good? You remember that one?
Man, if this is not a touche moment, remember earlier when you brought up things affecting you directly and indirectly? Remember Deion's beautiful pompous that he told for all his kids, they not going here, they not going there. How did that affect his son directly?
We're not talking about his son. I'm talking about Deion. Like, you can push that off and you can talk about his kids and all this other stuff. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Deion. I want you to focus on Deion for a second, because that's fine. You can try to make another point afterwards, but I need you to lock in for a second with me.
I couldn't get sneaky like you then.
Sure, that's fine. That's fine. You can try, and I'll let you get to it. I want to get this point. I want to get this point across, and I need you to focus with me. You remember how Deion Sanders used to high step into the end zone?
Yeah.
You remember how Deion used to like trash talk? I mean, like literally just yap like crazy.
Okay.
Deion Sanders, back when he had like the Jerry curl and the phone and must be the money, all this other stuff, he had so much pomp and circumstance around him. He had so much showmanship. He ran his mouth like no other. The reason why I bring up Deion Sanders is because no matter how much Deion Sanders exuded any type of showmanship, when you stepped on that field and you lined up across Deion Sanders, I don't care if it was Jerry Rice, I don't care if it was any wide receiver, Michael Irving, it does not matter who it was. They knew that Deion Sanders was going to make it a long day for them. So my point with this is you can sit here and say that me playing my songs and doing my intro and telling my jokes may be pomp and circumstance, and you think that it may make people not take me serious. That's fine. I don't need people to take me serious. But the one thing that you can't do is you can't beat me. You can't beat me in a debate because I know my shit and I'm not wrong. So while you may sit here and talk about your feelings, I talk about facts. When you sit here and say housing prices, I tell you why. When you sit here and talk about gas, I can tell you why. When you sit here and you make these assumptions because you don't know things and you speak from a place of emotions and you speak from the fifis in your tum-tum, I tell you why.
Sir, this sounds like
the difference between me and you right now, Mr. Opinionated, is that you are an opinionated and I bring straight facts to your front door.
No, you're an
now, with that being said, you're an ideologue. If you cannot engage with any type of facts and empirical data, and no matter what I say, if you're not going to actually be willing to adjust your stands at the very least,
Sir,
if I keep fucking shooting threes and you're not guarding the 3-point line, then you shouldn't even be in the game.
Not one fact up here, sir.
I literally told you about Donald Trump deregulating Dodd-Frank. You sat here and complained about gas prices. Sure. Dispute how Dodd-Frank. No, do this. Dispute how deregulating dispute how deregulating Dodd-Frank did not cause the housing market crisis. Dispute it.
Tell me who was in charge factually when the homes went up.
I don't give a shit about that. Your job is to dispute how. Listen, your job right now. Your job right now is for you to dispute my point. My point was, I gave you the facts. Donald Trump deregulated Dodd-Frank, which allowed these corporations to go in and purchase these single family homes. It removed the moratorium that they had to wait. And it also removed the restrictions that they were able to overprice and purchase a home. And so what these corporations did is they went in and they bought up whole subdivisions. They overpaid in order to be able to purchase all of these homes and consolidate these homes, taking it away from everyday Americans to actually purchase homes. Now, I need you to dispute how that was actually done by Donald Trump. Dispute it with facts and information.
Once you dispute my fact, who was in office when the homes went up to the prices they did? Was it a ghost? Okay.
Joe Biden. Now dispute what I said.
Who's responsible for that?
Donald Trump. Now dispute it.
Okay, but Joe Biden's in charge. We got
Joe Biden was in office. Donald Trump calls it. Now dispute it.
Who was running the country?
Joe Biden was in office. Donald Trump calls it. Now dispute it.
How can somebody cause it that's not in office?
I've already explained to you how he caused it. Now dispute it. You can't
cause it if you're not in office.
Donald Trump, who was in office first, Donald Trump or Joe Biden?
George Washington was in office.
Who was in office first? I sat here and answered your silly ass questions. Now you answer mine. Who was in office first, Donald Trump or Joe Biden?
Technically, Joe Biden.
You are a disingenuous piece of shit. And you're a waste of time.
Was he not the vice president?
Fuck off. I'm not going to let you sit up here and not only be disingenuous, but you bring absolutely shit to this live right now. You bring nothing to the live. There was no point of you being here. No point of you being here. You had nothing. You couldn't even engage in information. W's in the chat for Jacob for the $5 donation saying, I'm tired of talking to my dad with talking points you and Parker and Dean use with Trump to Venezuela. But I guess it's too much for him. He called me a liberal, so I guess I'm a liberal now because I don't stand with that piece of Trump. Talk about listen, sometimes you just got to give them that facts. Holy shit, I'm sorry, guys. I didn't see all these donos coming in. I apologize. W's in chat for Roxy for... Ooh, okay, I didn't see that. Roxy, thank you for the one. Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We're only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We're not talking to friendlies. If you are a friendly, tap the screen, share the live, do all the wonderful things. Please do not... Santana, you can change. Oh, thank you for the spaceship. Wait, you said you can change my friend's mind. I don't know what you're talking about, but let's. Let's see here. Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
Hold on, Santana. Can you please debate my friend?
Okay, is your friend a Trump supporter?
Yes, please. He's a major Trump supporter, and I need you to change his mind a little bit. Here, Alex, come on, talk to Santana. Yeah, he's right here. Okay. Here, Alex, talk to him.
Hey, Alex, how are you?
All right.
I say, hey, Alex, how are you?
Pretty good.
Good. And Alex, just to verify, you're a Trump supporter, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Alex, can you give me like 2 seconds? I got to say thank you to a couple of people and then we can get to it, okay?
Sure.
All right. W's in the chat for Amy for the $5 donation stand. I would live. Oh, you got a bit of an echo. Oh, there we go. I don't know what you mean, Amy. I would live you to tall. I'm assuming you're trying to say I would love for you to talk about the fact that gas prices. Amy, thank you so much for the $5, but I can't understand what you're saying in your message. Through this individual wants to deny it. I'm not sure what you're saying, but Amy, thank you so much for the $5. If you want to reply to that message and tell me what you said, I'll make sure to address it. W's in the chat for Mike. What up, Mike? Who sent a $5 donation saying Fifi's and his tum tum. That's all they got sometimes. W's in the chat for Tiana for the $1 donation saying, please drop this coon. He got up out of here. W's in the chat for Kat for the $10 donation saying, if you're bad, I don't want any good. Exactly. Like if that's what it is, then you can have it. W's in the chat for Kimberly for the $5 donation saying, current caller sounds scared, can't dispute a single question. Meanwhile, you answer his almost immediately. MAGA's weird. It is. I don't understand why you can't just answer questions. Like, what are we doing? W's in the chat for Christine for the $2 donation saying, by his logic, who caused COVID? Ooh, that's wild. And W's in the chat for Ellie for the $20 donation saying, resulting to uneducated and incorrect talking points like gas prices is crazy. Love tuning in to you. Thank you so much, Ellie. W's in the holy fuck. Guys, W's in the chat for Barbara for the $50 YouTube super chat to say, wow, Santana, this is effing powerful and moving. Thank you for that. The fact that you listened to that child, the rage and the racist BS, and you are saying all of this, I'm just at awe. I didn't get to finish. We're going to finish that point at some point, but like fucking Barbara, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. And which woman, thank you so much for the $5 super chat to say former Proud Boy leading march to the Capitol right now. Just FYI, that doesn't shock me. Doesn't shock me at all. W's in the chat for all the donors, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 200,000 likes. I'm going to reset this gift goal. Let's do all the wonderful things. Alex, are you there?
Yeah.
Alex, happy anniversary.
I don't know what's worth celebrating.
Well, you guys got what you wanted, right?
An FBI psyop to.
Oh no, you didn't get the information, did you? Hey, quick question for you. Just to kind of make sure we're on the same page. Who is Kash Patel?
He's the leader of the FBI.
Okay, who appointed Kash Patel?
Trump.
Okay, who is Donald Trump?
He's a real estate mogul that's president.
Okay, yeah, he's the current president of the United States of America. He also made the claim that the FBI were the ones that were inciting things on January the 6th, correct?
It's been confirmed. There's like 26 agents in the crowd.
It hasn't. Donald Trump made the statement that there were over 200 some odd FBI agents that incited what happened on January the 6th. And Kash Patel, Donald Trump's head of the FBI, who has access to all the information and knowledge, has come out and confirmed that it's not accurate. That is absolutely wrong. Kash Patel actually confirmed that the FBI were deployed after the things started occurring at the Capitol. Now, what Kash Patel did admit as well is that there were multiple undercover agents that were at the Capitol during January 6th. And it was also people that were off duty that were there during January the 6th.
It was all a setup.
How so? What was a setup?
Well, there's word going all the way to Indiana that people were going to the Capitol on the 6th.
Yeah.
So I know that word traveled westward more than that.
Yeah. No, they organized the actual. Not only did they organize the actual protest and everything online for January the 6th, like literally they organized it online, but Donald Trump had been organizing it for weeks in advance. So yeah, it traveled way past Indiana.
Yeah. And
Donald Trump literally was planning this.
He caught all you guys. Those are our buildings publicly.
Wait, hold on. I'm so confused because now, wait, you said that it was the
queens of the Democrat Party.
Wait, hold on, Alex. I can't hear you when like you stop talking and I start talking and then you try to talk while I'm talking. Let's go one at a time. I'm confused because at first you were saying that, oh, it was a setup and, you heard about it in Indiana. You're sure that, it spread all around. And I said, yeah, you're absolutely right because it was planned, weeks in advance, and Donald Trump, his administration, his people were part of the planning. Can you acknowledge that now? Because it seems like you shifted off of that when you were making that claim and are now confirming the claim and actually making sure you understand who was involved with the planning. Can you address that one?
There are buildings.
No. Yeah, we can talk about the buildings in just a moment. Can you address what I just said about the planning?
The planning of it was totally conservative in nature.
What do you mean conservative?
Because a protest at the Capitol over a crooked election. Mm-hmm. That's what the word was going around.
Okay. So question for you. If you have far right extremist hate groups like the Proud Boys, like the Oath Keepers, like the Boogaloo Boys, who are also planning in conjunction to actually be at the Capitol and to engage in treasonous acts, is that conservative?
No.
Okay, so we can agree that all the plans were not conservative in nature. We can agree on that one.
That's terrorist in nature. It's not conservative in nature.
Okay, but we can agree. So not all the plans were conservative in nature.
Of course not.
Okay, cool. All right, I just wanted to make sure. Now, with that being said, you said there are buildings. Which building are you talking about?
Every last building in Washington, D.C. are property of the American people.
I don't think that's an accurate statement. There's some private buildings in D.C. Do you mean all the government buildings?
All of them, yes.
Not every single building, because there's some private buildings in D.C. So you have to mean all the government buildings.
In the early 1800s, you could tour the White House, even the Oval Office, even the president's bedroom.
Yeah, that's fine. But what about January the 6th, 2021?
Oh, you mean after World War II?
Yeah, no, I'm talking about January the 6th, 2021. You made the statement that early 1800s, you could go into the president's bedroom. Cool. I don't give a shit about the 1800s. I didn't live then. I lived on January the 6th, 2021. Could you tour the president's bedroom on January the 6th, 2021?
No. Okay,
cool. So with that being said, I think, that's a moot point. So we're just going to toss that, right? Because you said these were our buildings. All right. So let's say I agree with you, right? Let's say the Capitol building, right? It's the people's Capitol, right? The people's, I can't say the people's house because that's supposed to be the White House, but it's the people's Capitol.
You should be able to go in there and tell them what you wanted to vote for.
Yeah, that's fine. Listen, I used to be able to walk into the store and buy a bag of chips for 25 cents. Shit changes. So you sitting here saying what we used to be able to do does absolutely nothing, especially when it comes to what happened on January the 6th, 2021. Like, I'm not sure why you keep talking about like things that used to happen in the 1800s. None of that matters. Like, what's the point of you bringing that up right now?
Politeness.
How is that politeness? It does nothing for the conversation. That's not even what we're talking about. Like you're literally diverting the conversation to say things that's like me just randomly sitting here saying, "Oh, look at that bluebird flying. Ooh, I can't believe that those pumpkin seeds didn't get salted enough." Like those are just random things that mean nothing in this conversation. Let's focus on the conversation. Look, all right, I gotta kick you. I tried to keep him in the rails, chat. I fucking tried to keep him in the rails. FYI, to anyone coming up, you can't spew misinformation. I promise you I was trying to correct that shit as quickly as possible. You cannot spew misinformation. The TikToks don't play that. Anyway, only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Please do not. Hey, W's in the chat. Thank you for the hammer, Chris. It's all good. I saw you say sorry. No. Give it just a few minutes, and I'm sure we can get back up, guys. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We're not talking to friendlies. We are only looking for some debates. If you're a friendly, tap the screen, share the live. Do all the wonderful things to, show some love. Hi, are you a Trump supporter? Hi, are you a Trump supporter? Okay, I'm gonna drop you. That person was in the request and they keep dropping out of the request. W's in the chat for Kimberly, who sent the $4.99 super chat to say, gas prices in Vegas are at an average of $3.49 a gallon. I know. I already had it. Like, we couldn't get to that point. Like, we literally couldn't get to that point. W's in the chat for Sean for the $5 super chat to say, does the FBI, does he mean FBI informants like the leader of the Proud Boy? Exactly. Like, what are we even doing? W's in the chat for Sean. If anyone else likes support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Anthony, thank you for the dinosaur. Anything's accepted. Everything's appreciated. Or if you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out, guys. Make sure you're tapping the screen. Let's get the likes up to 200,000 likes. Also, if you're over on YouTube, make sure you hit that thumbs up. Hit that thumbs up. We are only looking for some debates. And since we are looking for some debates, we would actually like to get Trump supporters. Guys, it's your anniversary. Like, I promise you, I'm treating you as nice as possible. You just got to come in here and we got to have like an actual conversation. MAGA, I want to talk to you. It's your day. It's literally your day. It's all about you. And I want to continue to talk about, even though the fact that you guys were unsuccessful with, overthrowing the country on January 6, 2021, you guys were so persistent that you were able to get what you wanted. You guys were able to break the walls down and get what you wanted, which is to be able to be pro-predators. You guys wanted to be able to protect the predators, and you did that. You guys wanted to have warmongers, and you did that. You guys wanted to cause an immigration crisis, and you did that. You guys wanted to collapse the economy. You did that. MAGA, you wanted to starve Americans, and you did that. It may have taken longer than expected, but you guys accomplished your mission. And I just want to talk about it. Like, seriously, you guys, I just want to talk about it. And even more than that, I want you to remember, all 2026, you crash out, you lose. We're not doing crash outs. I have no interest in crash outs. We're not going to do that one. No. I do want to get back to one thing that I was saying earlier, and I didn't get to finish, right? Because for a lot of people who missed the start of the live, there was a young white kid that came up, right? And he immediately started slurring, right? Calling me the N-word. And he had to be like a kid, whatever, right? And, I stopped him and let him know, like, hey, your words have consequences. You should be mindful. I blocked him because, of course, you shouldn't be here because you're a kid, right? But I was speaking on where we are in society and where young white men are in society. And I was telling the chat how I feel bad. I actually do feel bad for young white men. And just to kind of get back to Rick, you said race baiting again. Oh, okay, cool. Hey, Rick, I'm going to go ahead and mute you. All right. Boom. Boom. And I'm going to send you a request. Come up here and tell me how I'm race baiting. That's wild. That's a wild statement. I bet you won't get in the box. Chat, do you guys think Rick will get in the box? I don't think he will. I think he's too much of a coward. Yeah. Yeah. Too much of a chicken shit. Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. And what can I call you, friend?
Well, here's the thing about Donald Trump. The best part is...
No, wait, hold on. I need your name. What can I call you?
Oh, you can call me Christmas.
Christmas. I like that. Why'd you say it that way? Like, I know the word, but like, what? That was actually, I've never heard someone say it like that. I actually kind of like it.
Oh, I don't know. I just felt like saying it. What can I say?
Christmas. Okay, wait. Christmas. Cool. Before we get started, a couple of quick things for you, and I'll let you tell me all about Jimothy. But first and foremost, it would be super rude for me if I didn't say happy anniversary.
Oh, happy anniversary. Yes.
No, not for me, for you.
Oh, for me. Yeah. You guys, it's your 5-year anniversary. And yeah. I know that like you guys, tried to overthrow democracy and you failed, right? But you guys still got what you wanted. And so we are where we are. So the only question I have is, are you throwing something on the grill for your anniversary? Yes. So
what
here's
are you throwing
the thing.
On the grill?
Yeah, I'm throwing on some pig.
Really? No steaks or just...
No, pig.
Have you ever done like a whole pig?
Yeah, Hawaiian style. Yeah, man.
Really? And put it in the ground and everything?
Yeah, whole thing.
Stop it.
Yeah, we do all that. Yeah, for sure, man. I'm Hawaiian. Hawaiian.
That's fucking dope. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So tell me, what you were about to say. This is the thing about Jim.
Oh yeah, here's the thing about Trump. What the thing about Trump is he took people's worst qualities. Mm-hmm. And he made them really happy, like the misogyny, the racism, the stupidity, the fact to believe any sort of insane nonsense. And he glorified it. Hey, and now, so let me just finish really quick.
No, serious question. Are you actually a Trump supporter?
Yeah. Let me just finish off my point.
But hold on, because the only reason I'm jumping in is because it sounds like you're not. And if you're not, I mean, in all seriousness, I'm actually looking for some debate. So if you're not here,
right. No, actually, let me just, yes, I am. But let me just finish this point. My point is I'm making an anti-ICE movie and I would love to talk. And I wanted to get that out there because it's very important. No, I fucking hate Trump, but I want to connect.
Do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. Holy fuck, respect the boundaries. What are we doing? How disrespectful do you have to be to not only come up and sit here and say, yes, you're a Trump supporter. And I'm like, oh, okay, tell me about it. And then you start to talk about all these things. And I sit here and say, oh, I'm like, you don't sound like a Trump supporter. And you sit here and you keep trying to go. Like, what the fuck are we doing? That's wild. Sorry for yelling. I know I'm sorry. Sorry. Consent is important. Consent is important. Please respect people's boundaries. That's so weird. It's so weird. Is that not this serious? I almost muted you, but I'm not. Consent is absolutely important, guys. You can't do what you want. It doesn't work that way. Hi, Job, are you a Trump supporter? AK, I'm going to mute you. You come up here and tell me, I can't even send you an invite. AK Schultz 2, I can't even send you an invite. Come up here and tell me about it, Bub. I know it doesn't seem, so it's funny, like Trump supporters are sitting here in the comments saying, oh, he crashed out, you lose. No, first and foremost, we weren't debating. It's about crashing out. But also, I know you guys don't understand consent. And so you think that someone telling you no doesn't actually mean anything. But the fact of the matter is that you don't get to actually force yourself onto people. You don't get to force yourself into situations. You don't get to cross people's boundaries and tell them that no matter what they're saying, the thing that they're saying doesn't matter. It's about the thing that you are saying. It doesn't work that way. It literally doesn't work that way. Now, with that being said, if you're a Trump supporter, get in a box. We're only looking for some debates. Do not request up. If you're not a Trump supporter, if you're a kid, get out of the request. There's someone in the request named Riley. You are literally a kid. Get out of the request. You have to be 18 years of older or 18 years of age or older in order to join a TikTok live. You cannot request up. 18 years of age or older. And you have to be a Trump supporter. Like, what are we doing? Also, this person says Fuentes is awesome. I'm not talking to you. Why in the shit would I talk to a Fuentes supporter? I'm not talking to gropers. You can leave the request as well. That one's not happening. Hi, user. Are you a Trump supporter? Mm-hmm. User, are you a Trump supporter? Okay. Yeah, I don't. Stand up Waltz quit because he FAAFO. That's not even how you mean FAFO. You're fucking stupid. Just for that, I'm gonna go ahead and mute you. Right? Get in the box. I don't know what you're doing. Like, you don't get the chat, especially when you like are just putting stupid shit. Why? You know what's funny? MAGA wants to talk about Tim Walz. Who gives a shit about Tim Walz? He's not the VP. Brookhaven, no one's scared of you. You literally ran yesterday because I wouldn't let you spew transphobia. Why would I let you come back up here when the only thing you know how to do is spew transphobia? You can't stand on anything except transphobia. Why would I let you back up? You serve no purpose. You literally serve no purpose. Why would I have you up here? Just so you can come up and you want to tell me about how transgender people this and transgender people that. Like, no, you don't have any facts. I literally tried to have an actual conversation with you about what was happening within our country, and you couldn't even do that. Like, you couldn't even put together 2 sentences. And since you couldn't put together 2 sentences, all you did was crash out, say the thing about transgender people, and leave. You're guarding your ego. No, it's not about ego. It's about, why would I platform a bigot? Serious question. What purpose does it serve? There's over 2,000 people hanging out here right now. Literally over 2,000 people hanging out right here and right now. What purpose would it serve to bring you up just so you can talk about transgender people? And I've already told you no. So no, thank you. Knight, are you a Trump supporter? Nightcrawler, are you a Trump supporter? Okay, drop you down. W's in the chat for Keith, who sent a $5 donation to say pardonage. I'm not sure what that is, but W's in the chat. Thank you so much, Kenneth, for the 5. And holy fuck, Ellie, thank you so much for the $100 donation. Holy shit. Guys, massive W's in the chat for Ellie for the $100 donation, saying for being a voice, especially today. Ellie, thank you so much for that $100 donation. Thank you for being absolutely amazing. Fucking W's in the chat for Ellie for the $100 donation. Guys, if anybody else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and links are in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything's accepted and thing's appreciated. If you're on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Cheese and Mac, are you a Trump supporter? You sound like you're underwater. Are you there? Yeah, I don't know if you're covering your mic or you have like a case or a Bluetooth or something, but your audio is really bad. Like I can't hear you. Guys, keep tapping the screen. We should be at 200,000 likes. Please, 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 and thank you. Also, look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Follow the main account. We are so close to getting to 75,000 followers, but we're driving to 80,000 followers. We are absolutely marching towards 80,000 followers. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We are looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you're not a Trump supporter. Stacey, are you a Trump supporter?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. I'll drop you down. Okay. Here's the deal. Fuentes is awesome. Nightcrawler, you keep saying blah, blah. All right. I'm gonna mute you because like you were up here, but you didn't say anything. So I'm going to mute you. And now I'm going to send you a request. Come back up here. Cause like, I don't know what's happening. Like you were up here and then you left and now you're in the chat running your mouth and you can yap from outside of the club if you're not going to get in the box. Yeah, that's what I thought. All right. Fuentes is awesome. This is the deal. I'll bring you up because you're in the request. I'll bring you up. But just an FYI, if you get weird, I'm going to kick you. Absolutely serious. If you get weird, I'm going to kick you because I don't want to do the weird stuff. It's 2026. Leave the weird shit in 2025. We're not going to do that. Hi, are you a Trump supporter? You immediately muted. Hi, are you a Trump supporter? Nope, turn that camera off. Absolutely not. I'm just going to go ahead and drop you. Ain't no fucking way. Chavez, you said Democrats are confused. Cool. I'm going to go ahead and mute you. And I'm going to send you a request. Come up here and tell me about it. Come up here and tell me about it. I bet you won't. I bet you won't. Yeah. I don't know who this person is. Like you're requesting back up, but like you came up here and you immediately turned on your camera without saying anything. I'm not sure what that was about. Like we're not going to do that one. No hi or nothing. You just came in here and took your shoes off. All right. Fuentes is awesome. Again, if you get weird, you're getting kicked. So don't be weird. Be a normal person. Be weird.
All right. Hey, I am as normal as you can find.
Okay. It's your username is what like gives me like hesitation. And also you keep teacupping.
I'm just trying to fix my connection. Yeah, that's all.
Got it. Okay. Can I have an actual name to call you? I don't want to call you Fuentes is awesome. Like just a person name.
Jake.
How are you, Jake?
I'm great. How are you today, Santana?
I'm actually pretty good, Jake. I've had my coffee. I've drunk some water and said something kind about myself or whatnot, but I don't want to talk about that. Anyway, Jake.
Do you drink black or with creamer? Sugar?
Oh no, I drink have you ever watched The Office?
Yeah.
Do you remember the episode when Michael Scott left and then he had like Michael Scott Paper Company?
Yes.
Do you remember when he picked Pam up and he had a cup and she was like, "Oh, is that coffee?" And he was like, "Milk and sugar." And then she was like, "Oh, can I have some?" And he drank it. And then she was like, "Is this actually milk and sugar?"
Just milk and sugar, right?
Yeah, that's basically how I drink my coffee.
Well, so I can kind of ride both sides. If I'm going to go creamer, I'm going to go full send with the creamer and basically have just a French vanilla drink. Or if I want to go black, I literally just drink straight, and I love both equally.
How you do that?
It's a weird dichotomy. I'll admit.
Yeah, I've never met someone that does both either though. Like that's interesting. Because my wife and I, we're on the opposite ends of the spectrum. She drinks hers like black, and I drink mine just milk and sugar.
I got you. Yeah, I love the sitting watching the sunrise if it's right before dawn. Sitting sunrise, either smoking a cigarette or a cigar, and black coffee, watch the sunrise. That kind of thing is my favorite. But anyway,
a cigar and black coffee sounds like not only a gross combination, it's super unhealthy. But
for sure. For sure.
All right, Jacob. So you said that you are a Trump supporter. Just to verify, like you weren't just saying that just so you can get up. Like you actually support him, right?
Absolutely. And if I had to vote again today, I would make the same choice. However, my commitment and my loyalty to him has certainly wavered since the day I voted. I'm not going to sit here and cap about that. The fact is, I wouldn't have even voted for Trump had there been another option back in November. I would have voted.
What about the option before that?
In 20?
No. Like in the midterm. I'm not midterm, but the primary.
Right. So I voted for Vivek in the primary, and I would have loved.
Really?
I would have loved to have voted for Vivek.
You voted for Vivek? Why would you vote for Vivek?
At the time, I thought he made the best. He had the best potential for being an America First agenda person. I know that he's also bought by big tech, and that his entire brand is entirely dependent on big tech, and he's not exactly a self-made person. He definitely rode the coattails of someone else to get where he's at. I can't knock that though, because he's similar to Trump in that way, that Trump was given some bit of a nest egg early on in life by
15 million.
I thought it was only like 5 million that he got from his father.
No, he inherited. His father gave him small loans, but he inherited $415 million when Fred passed away.
Okay, fair enough. And he definitely grew his wealth significantly, whether that be ethically or not. I'm not here to judge.
Yeah, but he also fucked up. Did you know that if Donald Trump would have never actually came down those golden escalators or did anything, if he would have just taken his money, put it in the stock market and went and sat on the beach somewhere, he would be richer today than he is?
Sure. And and I think you just exposed the plot right there. That's why so many people jumped on his bandwagon, for that simple fact that he could have taken the easy route and the selfish route, the self-centered route, by just enriching himself and growing his own wealth, as opposed to jeopardizing his own wealth, because yes, he has grown it significantly since entering politics, and he's much more wealthy today than before. But that storyline could have went in an entirely different direction, and he could have sacrificed his wealth.
The actual point, though, I think you guys are watching the wrong movie. It wasn't about him sacrificing. It was about hubris. Literally, Donald Trump thinks that he's the smartest person in the room. He said this he quite often says this all the time. He thinks that he's the smartest person in the room, and so he has a sense of hubris that makes him believe that he knows best, and he can do this, and he can do that, and
let me ask you a question.
Ahead of everyone.
Let me ask you a question. If he had just taken the selfish route and stayed out of politics and didn't run for anything, and he just and grew his wealth in that way, do you think he would have ever received the 34 felonies, the rape allegations, all of the charges and indictments that he's received? Do you think he would have gotten all those? I mean, the obvious answer is no.
The 34 felonies, no. There's no way he could have gotten it if he would have stayed out of politics. That doesn't happen. As far as the grape allegations, yeah. I mean, literally prior to him running for office, he already had 26 credible, substantiated allegations of grape.
In 2015, right?
No, this is prior to him. Well, yeah, prior to him running for office. Yes.
Right. Around 2015, when he made his position known that he did want to run for office in some shape or form.
I'm saying prior to that, they had already made those allegations. It's just that there was a coalescing of the allegations. People started to speak on it again. He already had credible allegations of grape prior to him announcing any type of political stance. He was sued over 4,000 times before he took any type of political stance. Donald Trump has this track record of massive issues prior to him even stepping into politics. And a lot of people think that he was targeted because he decided he wanted to be a politician. No, he was targeted because he was a POS, prior to being like a politician?
Well, because he was a celebrity. That's it. I mean, celebrities have this demonization around them, no matter if you're a good person or a bad person. If you're in the limelight, what they say is there's no such thing as bad publicity. And that's because that's the only kind of publicity there is. If you're getting good publicity, nothing on the media today is anything positive. If it bleeds, it reads. So if you got anything negative that you can blast about somebody, it's going to make the headline of every newspaper, every media, and he is the easiest target that you can find because he is so divisive, so whatever adjectives you want to use, and he is an easy target in that sense, which is why with the addition of his frankly, in my opinion, non-controversial, but in the masses' opinion, very controversial takes. He's a very lukewarm person, in my opinion. He's very center, even left-leaning, in my opinion. If you ask me, he is a Democrat from the 90s, even today. But he has these staunch opinions that he keeps, and he doesn't waver on them. That's the biggest problem, and that's the biggest benefit that me and my cohorts found was that he wasn't going to.
For a second, I don't want you to go too far.
I'll just warn you. I'm on limited time. I have about 10 minutes. I do want to get down to the meat and potatoes of an issue or two.
Let's get directly into it. Then I'll land my plane on this point.
Okay.
Celebrities throughout the history of our country have been glorified and deified, which is a huge issue, and that's why they have a God complex, and that's why they think they can do or take or have anything that they want. It's just like what they do, and that's not an excuse for them to be able to do the things that they do. So I'll just leave that at that. But what I do want to get to is the failure of January the 6th is something that echoes today, right? And I guess since you have a limited amount of time, I have a direct question for you.
Far away.
Should Donald Trump have pardoned the violent rioters of January the 6th?
No, he shouldn't.
Okay. Why?
So I think most of the pardons, let me not say that. I'd say a good quantity of the pardons that he has made in both terms, I think a lot of them were either political or ethical statements, essentially. They weren't exactly for the purpose intended. They probably had an agenda behind them, why they did, such as the trafficker that he pardoned, that kind of thing.
President of Honduras.
Correct.
Or wait, which the one that ran the Silk Road? Or Larry Hoover?
No.
Hoover.
I completely condemn the what's his name? Silk Road. What's his name? Fuck.
Yeah, I know you're talking about. What about Larry Hoover?
I'm actually not familiar with that one. All I remember is the president of Honduras. Yeah. So I condemn most of the pardons he's made. I think when Biden opened that door by pardoning both Fauci and his own son in the final minutes, I think he opened that door for precedent to be set. So he kind of took that and ran with it, and I don't condone that.
Do you blame Biden for the pardons that he issued?
First of all, I'm not even convinced. I can't know for sure if he even wrote those pardons himself. And if he did, then yes, I absolutely condemn what he did because if his son. I
was about to say, let's go off what we know for sure. He issued the pardons, whether you want to dispute it with AutoPen or whatever, fine. But let's go off the fact that we know for a fact that he pardoned his son and he pardoned Fauci as preemptive pardons. Do you condemn that?
Yes, absolutely.
Why?
Because we both know, you and I, we both know.
Oh, you cut out.
Sorry about that. We both know, based on the amount of information we've been able to receive since then, we both know that there is way too many questions surrounding both Hunter Biden and Fauci during the operation of the COVID situation. We both know plenty of it. Yeah, we both know enough information surrounding that.
You can't make that statement and then sit here and expect
you do your due diligence, don't you? I just make the assumption you do your due diligence.
Name something that be specific instead of being vague. Help. Maybe I'm missing what you're saying specifically, and I can agree if I know the specifics.
Sure. So let's just take the simple fact It's just a broad statement that we all know about the gain of function research that Fauci was not only involved in domestically, but in that specific lab in Wuhan. We know about the gain of function research that was happening there.
What do you mean? How was Fauci engaged with the research that was occurring in Wuhan?
So I don't know the direct ties. I know that there are American companies that were operating out of that lab, just like.
Okay, where can I find this information?
I couldn't tell you offhand. I mean, if I knew what we were going to be talking about specifically when I came on, I would have come prepared with notes. I don't know exactly where you can find it.
Do you have a general idea?
It's been years since I've researched this stuff, man. Like I try and stay current, and I kind of, just like the media and the attention span, you just kind of forget. Like Bondi Beach has already been forgotten about. So these kind of things, these specifics and sources and things, they would need to be prepared before I came up here for me to give you a specific source. But
yeah, so
it's
what I'm going to say
common
though,
knowledge.
It's not though. Like, yeah, I mean, the problem is that you're saying things that fall into the realm of like conspiracy theories, and it's not something.
Let me ask you a question on that. What is a conspiracy theory to you?
A conspiracy theory to me is something that, while having limited information, you speak on it with a sense of certainty and certain knowledge, but you're unable to verify multiple facts or points of it. That's a conspiracy theory.
I would disagree wholeheartedly with that definition, and I'll tell you why.
What's a conspiracy theory to you?
So a conspiracy, first of all, just the first part of the word, is just an issue that involves two people. It involves two or more individuals to be involved in whatever thing it is. And that theory and that conspiracy can involve either let's say an allegation of a charge or some kind of crime that may have been committed. But the conspiracy is just something, some kind of deception created by two or more individuals, and that can be conspiracy can involve schmug trafficking. That's conspiracy between more than two people, and then a theory on it is just a theory that you have that's unsubstantiated that involves those people that committed said crime or allegedly committed said crime. So when we're talking about a conspiracy theory,
so just to kind of clear the air, I mean we're both a little bit off and a little bit there, but whatever. If we want to be like, get into the definitions. Oxford says it's a belief of some influential or controlling organization or group is secretly responsible for a notable event or phenomenon.
Sure.
So it has to be like, a notable event or phenomenon that is controlled by someone influential or like a group or whatever.
Sure. Yeah. And like the FBI or the CIA or some kind of institution like this could all be guilty of something like that. Sure. So when we're talking about a conspiracy theory revolved around,
around Fauci, the whale diving.
Yeah. W's. When we're talking about a conspiracy theory involving Fauci and the kind of research that was going on, either domestically or in that lab in particular, we're talking about just information that we have received as the public that it's fair game, it's fair use. It's just information that we've obtained either by whistleblowers or otherwise. And these bits of information we can use to, even if we can't come to a conclusive answer on what actually happened, we have enough evidence to either lean us in a certain way or not. And that conspiracy theory that we had back in 2020 of either J6, or that election being iffy or not, or even the conspiracy theory about all of the medications that were actually beneficial during the time of COVID and that weren't being allowed to be spread in the news or the media to actually benefit people other than the vaccine that the government was pushing. And yes, it was Trump's vaccine. I understand that. But we're talking about...
I just want to say this because I want to hop in. And so the reason why...
I've only got 2 minutes, sir. I've got 2 minutes.
I can engage in conspiracy theories offline, right? I don't talk about conspiracy theories online just because for me it's not something that can be quantified, and spreading conspiracy theories is often harmful because you can spread misinformation or disinformation. And so that's why I don't do conspiracy theories online. The big thing that I like to stick to, right? Because I'm a very simple man with simple knowledge. I like to stick to things that I can quantify.
Sure.
And so like, while I may, you know, go down the rabbit hole as far as the conspiracy theory with you online, I can't really get into that. And like, I think we've spent our whole, I know you said you only got 2 minutes and we're going there. Let me streamline this because it seems like we're running out of time and I don't want to keep talking about like
I appreciate it.
theories. Question for you.
Yeah.
Today, Donald Trump, how do you still support him?
So the reason I said I would still vote for the same way I did as I did in November, even despite the new knowledge I have.
Talk about the Democrats. I mean, like specifically Donald Trump. How are you still putting your support behind him? Yeah.
I still put my support behind him because even if he's not an avid Christian himself, he's not, you know, a true believer. Even if he's not himself, he still tries to advocate and speaking in generalities, he likes to advocate for specific Christian values that I adhere to, such as, you know, the fact that Mamdani was sworn in on a Quran is just wild work to me. You know, these Christian values are actually baked in and instilled into this country from its foundation, and that's it actually is. That's kind of. Let me at least land my plane since I am limited on time. Let me just land my plane.
I mean, but like it's okay. Let's speed run this. No, I mean, like Christianity is not the only religion in the world. It's not even the most popular religion in the world.
But it is
the most
U.S. religion.
It's not. It's literally not. It's literally not. The country was founded on freedom of religion. Like that was one of the major reasons the founders came here. It was founded on the freedom of religion. Multiple founders were deity, and they specifically wrote in the Constitution that there had to be a separation of church and state. And the premise that this is a Christian country and that's how it should be, like, it flies in the face of the actual structure of the country, specifically how the founders wanted it. So if we're going to sit here and say that this is a Christian country or whatever, then you have to then adhere to the Constitution as a whole needs to be replaced. So like you can't have one without the other. Like that doesn't make sense.
Well, since my time is up, I am going to land with this.
Come back at some point if you're available. I mean, I'll be on for another couple hours, but I'm on every day. I would like to actually, whenever you have time.
Yeah,
I thought you were a troll, and that's why I didn't let you up originally, because you got like the Fuentes thing, and like they're going around. It's a tough thing, but
and actually,
I would like to be able to finish.
And to speak on that, I actually, based on the name I have, I actually would love to dive into that a little bit when we're talking about Fuentes. And honestly,
we can talk about it next time. I don't like talking to people about it because then they go like really.
No, it's just in the abstract. It's just in the abstract. I just basically want to get your take on both freedom of speech, because freedom of speech is the cornerstone that this country was built upon, even if you don't agree that Christianity was.
Right.
Freedom of speech certainly is. And honestly, Fuentes has every right, the same that you do, sitting up here on your own platform today. He has every right on his own platform, the very limited amount that he has anymore. He has the complete right, the same as you do, to speak his opinion just as well as you do.
I'll give you this nugget. Freedom of speech. I mean, like, people love to talk about it. And while I agree with freedom of speech, I mean, like, it's constitutionally protecting against the government, not private entities. And so Nick Fuentes losing his platform on YouTube, he's not guaranteed it because that's a private entity.
Of course,
he can restrict people at all times, and so.
But he can't be put in prison for it.
No, absolutely. Anyway, listen, I appreciate you coming up, and come back if you have time. We'll finish.
I'd love to. I'll holler at you later. Thanks, man. God bless you, and have a good one.
W's in the chat for Jay, who sent a $2 donation saying, thanks to Trump, my insurance went up from $157 a month to $998. Holy fuck. I knew that was going to happen. Like, we knew that was going to happen. I'm a cancer patient that lost access to chemo. Holy shit. I'm scared for my future. I'm really sorry to hear that, Jay. Like, seriously sorry to hear that. Like, so many people are living in that same reality. And that's where we are today because of the decisions of Donald Trump and the people that like voted for him. Like, you guys literally voted for this. W's in the chat for Kimberly for the $5 donation. And I was raised that lies and bad actions, things will always eventually come to the light. I think Trump definitely would have been outed eventually for his terribleness, especially since he can't stop himself from doing it. He's still doing awful things. Thank you for speaking up. Absolutely. I completely agree. The premise that for some reason that Donald Trump, was victified or vilified or whatever because he's a politician. No, he was a predator, and people started exposing him. Nate G123. I'm gonna mute you. I can't send you a request to come up, so you got to get in the box yourself. But Go ahead and come up and tell me about it. Like, again, Trump supporters, for some reason, want to talk about Tim Walz so bad. How is it that Trump supporters want to talk about a governor of a state that they don't live in, but they don't want to talk about the president of the United States of America? How can that make sense? Chat, make it make sense for me. Make it make sense for me. They are so willing to talk about the fraud that is occurring in Minnesota, but they don't want to talk about the fraud that's occurring in the United States of America due to the federal government, specifically due to Donald Trump. I don't get it. I don't get it. Well, I guess I do get it. It's because that they don't want to actually engage in the thing that they know is more fucked up. They don't want to talk about the fraud that Donald Trump is committing, because the fraud that Donald Trump is committing makes them look bad. And they don't want to do that one. W's in the chat for Ellie. Holy shit, Ellie, you have been fucking going off today. W's in the chat for Ellie for the $20 donation, saying, I'm a nurse. I'm a nurse in the ED, seeing the receptionist of Trump, the recessionist of Trump on healthcare, and I wish it were more talked about. It's burning all nurses and healthcare workers out. It's heartbreaking to see us with our hands tied. Yeah. Like, this Trump administration has massively negatively impacted the healthcare system as a whole. And he, like, everything that he does, it's weird. Like, I keep saying this, and the only explanation that I have as far as like their policies, and this is not even me like being hyperbolic. The only thing that makes sense is cruelty. Like, that's the only thing that makes sense to me. They just want to be cruel, because like, I can understand them wanting to take funding away, and they want to, take funding away from blue states and blah, 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 blah. Right. But they're actively doing things that are hurting their constituents. They're actively doing things that are hurting the people that support them. I don't understand that one.
Can you gain some fucking brain cells, please? Can you stop being such an empty, brainless fucking robot?
Can you at least say hi when you come up? Did your mom not teach you to say hello?
Drop you on your head?
Maybe, but listen.
Is your dad with you, or did he leave?
Okay, wait, Bubba. I know, like, you haven't been taught any type of manners.
But you don't leave your room.
Listen, I know you haven't been taught any manners, but this is my space, right? And if no one has ever taught you manners, don't worry. I'll teach you.
What the fuck are you doing?
I will get you some act right. And so with that being said, right, the thing is, one, you don't even go here,
Jesus.
right? You just want attention. That's all it is. You literally, no, you don't. You don't. That's why you're up here and on my panel, sitting here wanting to actually get attention. And you don't listen. The only attention you get is when I give you attention. You know what? Hey, guess what? I'm done giving you attention. I hope you received the cortisol spike for that. I hope that you had like your adrenaline rushing. I hope that you feel good because you got a few seconds where you got to sit in front of thousands of people and say some of the words that you know. Not all of the words that you know, or hell, maybe they were all the words that you know, but you got an opportunity to say a few things in front of a few people. And I know that probably made you happy. Also, beans on toast sucks. Beans on toast sucks. Sorry to all my Brits out there, but I said it. Again, only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We are only talking to Trump supporters. We're only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We are not talking to friendlies. We are only looking for some debates. Bro's crying. Hey, guess who's not crying anymore? You don't get to yap in the chat. Anyway, only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We're not talking to friendlies. Guys, take a look down at the bottom because it looks like there are some friendlies in the request. If you look down at the bottom and you see the pink and blue person, you're good. You're absolutely good. You're not in the request. But if you see the gray person, that means you are in the request, you're here and you're ready to debate. Please only request up if you are a Trump supporter and you are here for some debates. If you look down, check your actual request and make sure that you're here to debate. He says Santana is scared AF. First and foremost, I don't do rage bait. Like you can sit here and like try to rage me, tortilla pounder. But I don't play those games. Also, you know what's funny? And maybe I can help you guys with this one a little bit. When you purposefully try to draw too much attention to yourself in the chat, yeah, he's going to be racist. Exactly. And when you purposefully try to draw too much attention to yourself in the chat, you're giving up the game. You're giving up the game. Either you're a troll or you're going to be weird or you're going to slur and crash out. Regardless, I have no interest in either one of those. And now I have no interest in bringing you up. You can remove your request. No, thank you. No, thank you. It's okay. We're good. You're done. You're done. Anywho, Debbie's in the chat for, or you don't know what you're talking about. Who? Wait, who doesn't know what they're talking about? Me or them? Debbie's in the chat for Jordan for the $5 donation saying, thank you for what you do, Santana. Much love. I love you so much, Jordan. Thank you so much for that $5. You are fucking awesome. Debbie's in the chat for Newton, who sent a $10 super chat to say from 6'8" Tony, 6'8" Tony. Debbie's in the chat for you. Thank you. Love what you do, bro. Hey, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Debbie's in the chat. Thank you. Debbie's in the chat for Sean for the $20 super chat to say, if you don't do bad shit, then you won't get targeted. Like Shaq said, don't go gripping. I don't know what that one is. Don't want to get prosecuted. Don't break the law. Did Obama have any of these allegations? Not at all. Hey, thank you for that. Not at all. W's in the chat for Sir, who sent a $2 super chat to say, because they rejoice in the failure of others, especially Democrats. Exactly. They like fought so hard to own the libs, which the weird part about them like fighting to own the libs is that like they've hurt themselves. I don't know what's happening right now, but there's a bunch of like people in the request. Tortilla Pounder, you can get out of the request. Capri 5757, you can get out of the request. Matt, you can get out of the request. None of you guys are getting up here. You're not getting up here because you're weirdo trolls. I've heard people talking about like, oh, is there, are you in someone's Discord or something? It has to be. I don't know. Like, I'm not really into Discord or whatever, but like the way that they do things, it's like fucking weird. I don't know. Anyway, you assholes can fuck off. You're not getting up here. So like, find another live to go play in. What did you do? You literally have one. What is it? You follow one person and you have one follower. Yeah, you follow one person and you have one follower. You are absolutely someone that plans on coming up here and trying to be harmful in front of over 2,000 people. I fucking refuse. I refuse. No. Absolutely not. Harmful. Go get your real profile and then come back and I'll let you up. That's the deal, Matt. Go get your actual main profile and come back and I'll let you up. That's the deal. Stop hiding behind the profile of one person. Well, you follow one person, you have one follower, and it's like you have like a random picture. You absolutely will not be getting up here. So anyway, I got to read these, a couple of quick thank yous. And if you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. If you are someone that supports Donald Jimothy Trump, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We're not talking to friendlies. We're only looking for some debates. I don't think this person is a Trump supporter, but I'll check. Yeah, that person isn't going to load. Oh, lost that person. John Wayne, you can drop out as well. Not talking to you. You are a walking crash out. I'm good. I'm not doing crash outs in 2026. Guys, chat, you want to know what I actually really made a decision about? And this is just me being transparent. And I've made the decision that like I can live with this. I can absolutely live with this. I made a decision that I'm going to have a standard when it comes to who gets access to my platform. And I'm not going to bring you up just because you're a Trump supporter. We're not doing that anymore. Because what I refuse to do is actually not be able to talk to people. I don't want to yell. I don't want to have to try to struggle to speak on my own platform. I don't want to talk over someone else. And so if you can't come in like an actual adult and engage in a real conversation, like I'm not going to do that. I also refuse to actually debate someone who won't deal with reality. So if you're not going to actually engage in reality, then there's no point in me talking to you. Like you bring no value if you can't actually substantiate anything or engage in reality. And something else that I'm not going to do, I'm not going to let you just sit up here and be harmful. So if you think that you're just going to come up here and spew like hatred, bigotry, racism, like any of those shits, no, thank you. Go find someone else that'll give you a platform to do that shit. Like if you're not going to add something, then you get nothing. You get absolutely nothing. So if you can't be an adult, then I'm not going to talk to you. Like that's period. I got a couple of thank yous, and Trump supporters, get in the box. We are looking for some debates. I see a couple of people in the request, and again, let's try this person. Let's see what this person says. Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
Yo, Trump 2028, Venezuela belongs to us. Let's get it. Let's go. W's in the chat for Trump.
Hey, don't do the weird shit. Be a normal person. Like an actual normal. Stop. I'm not even giggling or joking. I want to talk to you. Like, be a normal person. Like an actual functioning human being. How old are you?
Yo, Trump 2028.
No, dead ass serious. I don't mind you staying, but can you be a fucking functioning human? How old are you?
And you have some serious debates?
Yes.
You never have some serious debates.
Okay,
You're never having serious debates.
If you think that I'm not having a serious debate, why not come up here and you and I have a serious debate? Why are you like?
Because you're not serious.
Okay, cool. All right, I'll be serious if you'll be serious. Can we make that deal?
Man, I'm not trying to debate. I'm just happy Trump 2028. Okay, that's the only thing.
So you came up here because you wanted attention.
Nope, I wanted to show my love for
Trump. You wanted attention. You wanted attention. I am happy to actually debate you, but what you won't do is like, seriously, why do you find joy in being weird online? Serious question. I'm not going to mute you anymore, but I want you to answer the question. Why do you find joy in being weird online?
I'm not being, just because I support Trump, that's mean I'm weird?
Yeah, what? The fact that you come up here and you start Trump 2028, Venezuela, like that's fucking weird. Like, why can't you just come into a live and like not engage like a normal person? Like, if I seriously believed that what we did in Venezuela was a good thing, and I wanted to defend that position, then I would come in and I would say, hey, this is what I think. This is what I believe. This is why I believe that. I wouldn't just start spamming random shit. Like, you don't think that's weird? Do you do that in real life? Like, do you walk into a room and you see people and then you just start shouting random shit?
No, because this is not real life. Like,
this is literally real life. No, see, this is the problem.
It's not real life, buddy.
It is because while you may think that you hide behind some veil, right? Nope, stop coming off mute. I need you to be an adult for a minute. So stop coming off mute. Stop coming off mute and be an adult. while you may think that you live in some type of reality where this isn't real, right? I'm sitting up here and I put my face on the screen because it's real, right? I don't hide behind some fake picture or random stuff. And so while you may think that you're not engaging with something real, go find like an actual live where it's just a bunch of people and there's an AI background and it's like whatever. Like I'm sitting here because this is actually real. This is real life. And this, what I'm talking about actually affects people's lives. And you sitting here talking about Venezuela affects people's lives. You talking about Trump 2028 affects people's lives. So this is real life. You can sit here and say that it's not real, but it's real, right? And so again, if you would like to engage in an actual debate or even a conversation, hell, I'll just talk to you. That's fine, but you're not going to be weird. So would you like to actually have a conversation at least?
Buddy, it's called free speech. The Trump 2028.
It's not called free speech. It's literally not. You guys are so stupid that you love talking about free speech, but you don't know how that actually works. You guys, for some reason, think that free speech means that you get to do and say what you don't get to do and say whatever you want. Freedom of speech, the First Amendment right, only applies to the repercussions from the actual government, not from me. It doesn't work that way. Also, one thing that I think all of you need to remember, this is something super important. This is what the internet has cost each and every one of us. This is what living life behind screens has cost each and every person. Freedom of speech does not mean freedom of consequences. People sit here and think that they can say whatever they want and nothing should happen because of what they said. Freedom of speech does not mean freedom of consequences. I'm a firm believer that you can say whatever you want to say. I don't care. I truly mean that. I tell people all the time, if they want to come up here and they want to say like the wildest shit, you can absolutely do it, but you're going to turn your camera on. You're not going to hide behind a fake profile picture and then get off your hate, your bigotry, your racism, your sexism, your misogyny. You're not going to hide behind a random profile picture and a random name and then just expect to be able to say whatever the fuck you want to say. I don't do that. Like if you want to say it, you're going to say it with your chest. But Chad, if I'm going to be real with you, if I'm going to be completely honest with you, too many people have gotten too comfortable with not getting punched in the mouth. And that's just the truth. And maybe it's because I'm older, right? And maybe it's because of where I'm from. And hell, maybe even it's because I'm black. Maybe it's that. But the one thing that I've never been about, and the one thing that I know for a fact, is that too much talking leaves you open. And where I grew up and where I'm from, you know for a fact that you don't just say slick shit, because if you're lucky, you'd only get slapped in the mouth. That's if you're lucky. But the fact that we do this online and people have the ability to hide behind a screen and people aren't out and about, they've gotten way too comfortable with thinking that they can't be touched. I'm not advocating for violence, not at all. I absolutely do not believe violence solves anything. But I also believe that you should be able to be accountable for your words and defend your words, no matter what shape or form it comes in. That's why when people are like, oh, Charlie Kirk didn't deserve to lose his life because of what he was saying. Listen, I'm not advocating for violence. That's never what I've done. But Charlie Kirk's words had consequences. And everyone's words have consequences. So you just need to make sure that the words that you're spewing, the words that you're saying, the words that you're standing on is what you actually believe in. Because at some point, you're going to have to account for those words. And if you saying those words aren't worth it, then maybe you should stop saying those words. That's just my opinion. But opinions are like buttholes. Everybody got one. So, anywho, only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We're only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We're not talking to friendlies. We are only looking for some debates. Hi, are you a Trump supporter? Bureau and Oak, are you a Trump supporter? Oh, mistake. No worries. No worries. Drop it down. Hey, guys, take a look down at the bottom because there's a lot of people in the request and it looks like there's some friendlies. I'm going to take a second. I want everyone, 2.2 thousand of us hanging out here. First and foremost, guys, thank you for being here. Tap the screen, share the live. Look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit the follow button. Look up at the top and make sure that you're following me. Mr. Wiggles, you came in and you put Trump and then laughing and fingers cool. I'm going to mute you and I'm going to send you a request. Come up here and tell me about it, Bub. I don't know what that's about. You don't get to Trump supporters. You guys don't get to run your mouth in my chat. Hi, Mr. Wiggles. Hey, thank you for coming up.
Hey, Santana, you taking that the wrong way. I've been with you for a long time. I'm saying it just like Johnny Trump.
Oh, okay. Listen, you gotta be careful. My bad. That's a little friendly fire. Let me unmute you. Yeah. My bad.
Fuck
my bad.
Trump. Yeah, kick me down. Yeah, fuck Trump.
I got you. My bad. Listen. That was a close call, guys. That was a close call. Anyway, tap the screen, share the live. If you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. We are only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We're not talking to friendlies. Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
Oh, no, sir. I'm sorry. I did not request.
No worries. All right. Yeah, this is what I was just about to say, guys. This is a perfect moment. 2.2 thousand of us hanging out here. There are a lot of people in the request, and you may be friendlies. You may not notice that you are in the request. So this is what we're going to do. I want you to take a moment. I want everybody to take a look at their devices. I'm going to read off some thank yous, and we're going to give a few moments for everyone to actually do so. I'm going to clear everyone out of the request just to make sure, right? Like I'm not even going to, I was going to say everyone just check, but you know what? I'm just going to be safe, and I'm going to kick everyone out of the request, every single person out of the request. And with that being said, after I finish these thank yous, if you are in the request, that means that you are a Trump supporter. All right. So if you are in the request, that means you're a Trump supporter. So only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. I cleared everyone out of the request. So make sure that if you are in the request now that you are actually a Trump supporter. I'm going to read these thank yous off and then we're going to keep going. Guys, make sure you hit that follow button as well. Debbie's in the chat for JD Cryptid, who sent a $2 super chat to say no trolls, no conspiracy theories, no Schnazis 2026, all fucking 2026. I know that's right. Debbie's in the chat for you. Thank you for the super chat. Debbie's in the chat for Megan. Hey, Megan, who sent a $5 super chat to say, I agree with you about the internet. I'm a white woman and older than you. Back in my days, ma'ams old be knocked out for saying the wrong Exactly. I think a few people just need to be able to count their teeth. Not going to hold you. I think that's what it is. Debbie's in the chat for Megan for that. Debbie's in the chat for Divana for the $2 super chat. Say, can you please debate this chick named Millie She's live and she supports Trump. She's so high and mighty, and I need to watch her get knocked down a peg. Love you, Santana. Love you too. I've heard about Millie. I don't sure. I mean, I would debate her if she showed up here, but I don't think it's worth going to I don't think it's worth going to actually find her to debate her, if I'm going to be honest. I've seen some of her stuff and it is so unimpressive. W's in the chat for Cat for the $15 donation saying cruelty. Yes, they absolutely deal in cruelty. W's in the chat for Michelle for the $5 donation saying, help me pick lunch. I can't decide. Fucking pizza. It's always pizza. It's never not pizza. The answer in life is always pizza. Michelle, pizza. And if you can't do pizza, sushi. I fucking love sushi too. W's in the chat for Whitney for the $5 donation saying, always a pleasure watching you while I work. Keep up the good fight. Love what you do, Whitney. Fucking thank you so much. Thank you for the love, support, donation. And also, I hope you're having a good work day. Debbie's in the chat for Kat, who sent a $5 donation saying, goal is to reduce the population. That Kat, I think it's a little bit more than that. Yes, somewhat, but also I think it's all about the plutocracy, right? I think that's where they land. W's in the chat for Rachel for the $5 donation saying, so sorry, I was spam liking the stream and accidentally hit the request button. It was inconveniently placed. Keep doing what you're doing from a fellow Washingtonian. Thank you so much for the love. And it's all good. I appreciate you more than you know. W's in the chat for Brandy for the $1 donation saying, funny side note, before I started watching you, I had no idea what the pink and blue people and versus the gray. You're the GOAT at teaching us at 38 years old how to use TikTok. I don't know about that one. I was in the request in another live and I somehow requested up and didn't realize it. And I was able to drop out when I saw the gray. Absolutely. The worst thing though is when you accidentally, like if you're sleeping or something and you accidentally request up. I've woken up on people's panels before. And it's not good. So that was the worst one. W's in the chat for Jared for the $2 donation saying, speaking of pizza, it's my life's journey to find the pizza that looks as good as the pizza from a Goofy's movie. Got to go to New York. New York absolutely has the best pizza in the country. Not even going to hold you. W's in the chat for Georgia for the one saying, Georgia, stop it. Guys, seriously, whenever you send a donation, please, please, please never, ever, ever say sorry for whatever you send. I mean, I genuinely mean this. Times are hard, things are hard. And for you to actually want to support me in any type of way, it means the world to me. And I'm like being dead ass serious. You don't have to do this. And so you doing that means more than you could possibly ever imagine. So when I say everything is accepted and things appreciated, I absolutely mean that. Absolutely mean that. Thank you so much for the $1 donation, Georgia. I want to say thank you for speaking out against Trump. You, Dean Parker, are my favorite debaters to watch. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. You're fucking awesome. And holy fucking shit. W's in the chat for John. John sent a $50 donation saying, do me a favor. I have a theory. Ask the next transphobe you encounter. Sadly, you will. Yeah. Why are they afraid of being attracted to trans women? Did you see the Drag Race commercial and get it? Oof. Heart wants to know. Heart. Yeah, you know, like, and I'm not going to hold you. Like, I think a lot of people who tend to, W's in the chat for John, tend to actually rail so hard against the queer community. The only reason they do that is because like a sense of repression, right? And whether they realize it or not, I think that a lot of people fear things that they don't understand. And I think once you start to educate yourself and learn more about certain things, then it becomes less scary. It's easy to vilify like transgender people because most people don't know transgender people, right? And so like they make it a boogeyman or they don't understand. And it's just a whole thing, right? But ignorance breeds fear. Like it's just that simple. They're ignorant, and so they're scared because they don't understand it. But you don't have to stay ignorant. Like you can literally educate yourself on these things. And even I try to say this all the time, right? And this is just me being honest. If I'm going to sit here and talk about something that I don't like, then when I talk about something that I don't like, I'm going to educate myself. Mr. Opinionated, no one cares what you have to say. I'm going to go ahead and mute you. Like, I don't care. Like, you can request back up, but you're going to actually deal in facts, but you're not going to actually yip yap in my chat. Like, if you want to come back up, I'll allow you to come back up, but you're going to have to actually engage in facts, not feelings, but you're not going to run your mouth from my chat. So that's that. John, I already told you you're not coming up because you have no impulse control. You have to be an adult. Period. But yeah, like I do think that there's a sense of like suppression, right? I think that a lot of people who are so out and about and like yelling at the queer community, it's because they are afraid of embracing who they are, which is so sad. Like, you should literally be able to be the person that you are. You shouldn't have to hide who you are. Like, there's like, why? There's no point in that. So like, I think that's what it's all rooted in. W's in chat for John for the $5 follow-up to say, oh, and plutocracy was, Google kiptocracy, and did a slide into it over. I got to check. I don't know what a kiptocracy is. A kleptocracy. I've never looked that one up. I got to go check that one out. I switched to DJT was elected overnight. Holy shit, I'm going to go look that up. W's in chat for John. Thank you so much for that $5 donation, guys. If anyone would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We are only looking for a debate. Hi, are you a Trump supporter? I'm gonna drop you down. All right, are you ready to engage with actual facts?
Oh yeah, I want to start with the first fact is, you lied earlier, sir. Obama signed that law into existence July 21st, 2010.
Signed what law into existence?
Dodd-Frank.
Mm-hmm. And what did I say that Donald Trump did?
You said Donald Trump is the reason. It's the reason is the person who signed it into law. His name is Obama.
So wait, so Barack Obama signed protections for home buyers by signing Dodd-Frank into law. And you're saying that even though Donald Trump deregulated Dodd-Frank, you're blaming Barack Obama for signing Dodd-Frank into law?
He didn't deregulate it. He just didn't do nothing when the big companies decided to go after.
No, he literally passed additional law. He literally championed additional law that deregulated Dodd-Frank.
The law had already that language in it.
No, that's not true. That's
okay.
Literally not
so you
true.
Want me to bring up another fact?
Sure. I want you I want you to give me the source as far as where you're saying that
it's called the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act. Okay. It's a whole act. It was signed into law July 21st, 2010.
Yeah, I know all about the Dodd-Frank Act. Now tell me where you said the actual terminology, because your premise is the terminology that's already in the Dodd-Frank Act allows the corporations to purchase single-family homes without the moratorium period and overpay, right? That's your premise. That's what you're saying, right?
Under Barack Obama, the program stabilized banks, but did not restrict bulk home purchases.
Okay.
So that means anybody can do it. They just realized they could.
Okay, let's take a look. All right, 1 second.
Oh man, I'm bringing facts now. He got to look up on his computer.
You really not. But I want to make sure that you and I are right here together. All right, so I have the Dodd-Frank Act in front of me. Tell me exactly where you're looking at within this act that says that it actually does not restrict those corporations from being able to purchase homes.
Okay, I'll tell you right now.
Or were you using ChatGPT thinking that you had a win, and so you came back with all the confidence of a 5-year-old who's hyped up on candy and not actually looking at the act?
I know you want to try to make it about something else because can't get your facts.
I'm literally saying I have it up right here. HR 4173 Dodd-Frank. I'm looking at it right here, right now. Tell me exactly where in the act. There's 848 pages. You tell me which page to go to, and you tell me where it says
Tell me what Donald Trump is responsible for, like you said.
Donald Trump deregulated the portion of Dodd-Frank that allowed corporations to be able to go in and supersede the moratorium, meaning they no longer had to wait. And he also deregulated the portion that allowed them to be able to overpay on homes. But you're saying that that's not the case because it was already made that way within the Dodd-Frank Act. That was your position. Your position is—
I basically said it had no restriction
exactly.
for no one to buy
So tell me where in the Dodd-Frank Act, right, you're getting this information that you're giving me. Where?
I just told you, sir, it was no regulation in there for nobody not to buy.
Where are you seeing that? What, based off of what information? Based off of what are you saying that?
They realize that we can go buy bulk homes and they start buying them.
Hey, Mr. Opinionated.
All Donald Trump did was give them a tax
Opinionated.
That's
Listen
it.
to what I'm saying. What are you reading that gives you the actual inference that there's no language that stops corporations from being able to do those predatory acts that I cover with you? And even more so, why were they unable to do it while Obama was in office? And why did they start doing it after Trump deregulated?
Because before, everybody was buying homes and Americans was able to buy homes. Once the homes got too high, corporations realized there's an opportunity here. And once they read the law like they do, they study it with their Wall Street professionals, and then they go in and they take advantage of. All Trump did was give them a tax break and better benefits to do what they started.
Okay.
That's it.
So I'm going to give you this, right? Because you're fucking wrong. In 2018, Donald Trump signed into law the 2018 Economic Growth, Regulatory Relief, and Consumer Protection Act. And with that actual, listen to me. No, listen to me, because this is how he signed into law. Shushy's bub.
He didn't sign into law. That's a lie.
Shushy's bub. Listen. 2018, Donald Trump signed the 2018 Economic Growth, Regulatory Relief, and Consumer Protection Act, right? Which that actually caused the reductions that were felt through the Dodd-Frank Act. It actually modified or repealed multiple portions of Dodd-Frank, including the Volcker Rule exemption, right, which were the regulatories on the banks, and prohibited property targeting, which is what we were talking about, right? The property targeting is them being able to go into those locations and say, we're going to buy up the whole subdivision. It also deregulated the stress test, which that was the actual mandatory for easing the burdens for the middle-sized banks in order to be able to issue those loans. And so middle-sized banks, it made it harder for middle-sized banks to be able to issue those loans. So you had to go with the big banks, right? Made it more tough. It deregulated the Financial Stability Oversight Committee, literally the people that are in charge of ensuring that these banks are not being predatory. It actually reduced the amount of power that they had, right? It also removed it had the portion of the Home Mortgage Disclosure Act, which was the information as far as data collection. And so companies were able to build a composite database where they continue to target specific areas and buy up those homes. All of these things, including the additional removal from the Financial Consumer Protection, the restrictions of the Financial Consumer Protection Bureau, allowed them to go in and take advantage of the home ownership that was in place. So again, Donald Trump specifically signed the piece of legislation that rolled back multiple parts of Dodd-Frank that actually harmed everyday consumers. Now, my question is for you, Mr. Opinionated, how can Donald Trump repeal things within Dodd-Frank that was never there? How does that work? Is he yip-yapping in the chat?
The law that Trump signed, all it did was raise the big bank lines from 50 billion to 250 billion as assets. So now
no, it did more than that. I know you did the AI overview. Sir. I know you did the AI overview. If you did the AI overview, then keep going. There's way more than that.
But what you should actually take a look at,
but what you should actually be taking a look at is the National Association of Plan Advisory. You just want to go take a look at that one. You can take a look at the CFA Institute of Research and Policy.
Wrong, man. You're
not proving anything. Prove it.
Okay, because you won't let me talk.
Okay, sorry. You're right. Prove it. Don't just make a statement. I want you to give me a source that goes directly to what you. Don't just say stuff. Give me the source to go to prove what you're saying.
I'm looking at the same law you're looking at. So let's not get like you can look at it better and interpret.
That's fine. I don't care about any of that. You're getting into the meta. I don't care.
I'm telling you right now. All it did was help the regional and community base. That's all it did.
Stop. That's fine. You said you're going to prove it. Give me the source. That
I'm looking at the same law you're looking at. Are you
specifically what? Specifically?
You just want to talk. I'll let you talk.
Specifically what?
Go ahead, man. I'll let you talk the whole time.
I'm done. That's my sentence. That's literally my sentence. Give me the source.
Every 5 words, you interrupt like a woman. Go ahead, talk.
Give me the source of what you're looking at that disproves what I'm saying.
I just told you 5 times, but I see you like to conversate like a girl. So go ahead and talk.
Sure. Listen, I don't care about you calling me a girl. You can't trigger me. Like none of that matters. You're getting into the meta and I don't care about the meta. I want you to actually give me the, sure. I'm emotional, but you're a liar.
Everybody
now stop being a liar and actually give me the source.
You won't even allow me to prove you wrong because you know I am. So you blurt
I'm going to stop
like
talking. Give me the source.
You blurt in like a woman. I've told you the source 5 times.
I don't care about the meta. I don't care about your feelings. What I would like to hear from you,
like a child.
What I would like to hear from you is Santana. I'm looking at blah, 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 blah. This is the actual source. And where I'm looking is blah, 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 blah. And this proves that you're wrong. Now do that without the whining. Go.
I just proved that the source that you said, the whole law you said that Donald Trump was responsible for was an initial lie. Obama and Dodd and Frank wrote the law and implemented it in 2010. So they're responsible for it. That was a lie. Do you agree?
No.
Okay.
I never said that Donald Trump signed Dodd-Frank. I said Donald Trump repealed portions of Dodd-Frank. No, it's not. Yes, because he repealed portions of Dodd-Frank. Now, again, you're doing the meta, and I don't care about that. Can you give me the specific source that you're looking at that proves what I'm saying is wrong?
Truth and fact, like you said earlier.
Sure. Give me the proof that proves that I'm wrong.
Okay, well, let me ask you this.
No,
sir.
No.
That's what I'm
Give
talking
me
about.
the proof.
You want people to.
I don't want you to try to pivot. I don't want you to try to add anything extra. I don't want you to throw out new questions. I just want you to give me the source, or you can fucking run. Holy fuck. You make the claim that the reason why Barack Obama is to blame is because he put the bill in the law. I'm sitting here telling you the bill had protections and Donald Trump repealed or modified those protections. And you're telling me I'm wrong. And I'm willing to engage with me being wrong. But I can't engage if you're not giving me the source of what you're looking at. At this point, MAGA is being not only illogical, but incoherent. And it should be embarrassing. It should absolutely be embarrassing. Because what are we doing?
Yo.
You're a child. Stop requesting up on TikTok Live. You literally can't request on TikTok Live as a kid. And I'm blocking you. Like, what are we doing? Also, shouldn't you be in school? Shouldn't they be in school? Like right now, shouldn't they be in school? Why are you not in school? W's in the chat for Rhonda for the $2 donation saying, wishing you the best for 2026. Rhonda, thank you so fucking much. I really mean that. You're so awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. W's in the chat for Heather for the $10 donation saying, Santana, thank you for fighting for all of us. I really appreciate you and the love and support. And you know, I want to do my best. I really do. Like, one thing that I will say is that you guys give me the ability to do this each and every day, because like without you, I couldn't do any of this. And so it's my obligation to be a good steward of what you all have given me. Hi, Sandy, are you a Trump supporter? I think it's my responsibility to be a good steward of the platform that you guys have given me. Like, again, there's no way that I would be able to do any of this without you. And so I just try my best to make sure that not only am I not embarrassing you, but I'm being transparent and I'm being consistent. And I give you a reason to keep coming back, because like there's people live all the time, every day, all day. There's people live. There's other times, places, spaces that you could actually spend your energy and invest in other people, but you guys make a decision to be here with me. And that means the world to me. And even more so, like, I understand the responsibility and the burden and the obligation that puts on me. And so I try to make sure I never abuse that and I never forget it. So thank you. W's in the chat for Joey for the $5 donation. Thank you so much. Sorry. Joey just said, hold on. Sorry. Joey said, what page, sir? Oh, yeah, exactly. What fucking page? That's all you had to do. Just tell me what page. W's in the chat for Benjamin for the $2 donation. And once again, I'm probably good to ask people what all they have is vibes and wishes. Like they don't have citations. Also, Benjamin, I saw your message. I'm gonna shoot you a message and see if you have Discord. I would love to connect. Love to connect. W's in chat for Ellie for the $5 donation saying, please check men like this who say you're responding like a woman. Ellie, so let me tell you guys something really quick. The only reason I didn't is because he was running. The only reason I heard him say, you're a woman, you're emotional. And normally I would absolutely veer off and check that in that moment. But when you're debating someone and they don't have a point and they don't have anything, what they try to do is throw things out to get you off course. They will try to say, especially like me, because I'm black, right? And what they try to do is they try to throw out racist talking points to me to try to get me off track. That's what they do. And so when they do that to me, I lock in even harder. So for all the women out there, I apologize for not addressing that in real time. And I promise you, it's not because I was just accepting of it or overlooking and whatever. Like literally when they're losing and they have nothing, they throw out anything they can to try to get away from it. Literally. That's why I started saying, I don't care about the meta. I just want the source. Because when they don't have anything, they want you to get distracted from the fact that they don't have anything. That's all they do. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We're only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you're not a Trump supporter. We are not talking to friendlies. We are only looking for some debates.
Hi.
Hi.
I just wanted to, yes, I am. But I just wanted to say that I
do appreciate some of your views on some of the things you've been talking about. And even though they're a little bit different than mine, like I definitely do respect some of what you have to say. And I think it's great that you say, you know, some of these MAGA people, you know, do have a very limited range of thinking and doing certain things. And I'm sorry if I'm a little bit slow talking. I'm autistic. So I just wanted to let you know that I appreciate, you know, you calling them out, and like not all MAGA people are like this. Like I believe that honestly the Democrats and the Republicans should both come together, and we should both find a solution to things that are going on in this world. And that's me.
I agree. And right. So this is the one thing that I say all the time. And this is why I try to tell people, like, I'm not like most of the people on the left. And sometimes my chat gets a little bit mad at me because they say that I may be too patient or too nice or whatever to Trump supporters. But I think that at the end of the day, like we all want what's best for ourselves, our families, and our country. And we can disagree as far as how we get to that point, but we should all want to get to that point. But I think there's an issue that comes as far as like the sustainability of the country when we're engaging in things that are actively harming everyday Americans. So I guess my question to you, right? It's a little more simple. Understanding what Trump is doing today, right? Because he hasn't done anything overwhelmingly beneficial for everyday Americans. How are you still supporting him?
I guess there are some things I still support on with like, I mean, I know that a lot of people would disagree with this, but I do believe like in the abortion rights. I do believe in like the right of not like having an abortion, like stuff like that. And I know that's like a big thing. I believe in like the life of the child and the mother, you know, giving life to them, and that because I was adopted. Mm-hmm. So for me, that's a huge thing because my mother could have aborted me and she didn't. So like I'm here on this earth because she gave life to me. So I mean, just for me, that's a big. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I support.
So let me ask you a question, because like I don't like debate abortion, right? And the reason why I don't debate abortion is because like I don't have a uterus. I don't give people like my personal opinions or stance on abortion because I think that women should have the ability to make decisions for themselves, right? But my thing is, I think any woman that advocates for like an abortion ban or women not being able to have an abortion does a disservice to themselves. And the reason why I say that is because you're advocating for something that limits women and specifically their bodies where there's no other law that does the same thing to the man's body, right? And so while you can personally hold a position that you don't agree with abortions, right? You can personally say that you wouldn't get one or you don't think people should get one. I don't think that would contradict your personal opinion by saying that people should still have access to it, because at the very least, advocating to limit yourself more than someone else just because, you know, you advocating to limit yourself because you're a woman and not me because I'm a man, like that's something that you shouldn't want.
So you're saying like I could have my own opinion on it, but I don't have to like, it doesn't always have to be like the opinion of another like person, or like, it doesn't have to be like, oh, well, I can believe in this, but it doesn't have to be forced on like everyone else, basically. Yeah. I mean, and that's what it really boils down to. And also, like I say this all the time, if I wanted to take the pro anti-abortion stance or whatever, right? If I wanted to actually get people to stay away from abortions, I would be advocating for not like banning abortions, but like things that would make people want to have a kid. Think about this. People don't want to have kids nowadays because like everything's so expensive, and then like life is so hard, and you know you can't get, you know, food easily, and education and childcare are so expensive and all this other stuff. Like if these people who are in power
really wanted to actually get people to on board with like not having abortions, then they should incentivize people and do something that would make them want to have kids, right? Like invest in paternity leave, invest in food subsidies, invest in like free education. Like if you do those things, then people, of course, are going to want to have babies. But a lot of times people just don't want to have babies because they can't afford it.
I mean, in a way, you do make a very good point on that, because in today's society, there are like a lot of costs with a lot of things. And I mean, the society, like right now, especially, it's very expensive. I mean, just owning a house, especially in like, I'm like a conservative as well. And one thing that I do disagree on Trump about is, even though I do consider myself a Trump supporter, like there are some things like when people say that things are less expensive, like my brother is a liberal, and me and him both agree that, you know, the things that have happened like with gas and like food and like just like things around and like society like have become so much more expensive, like it's so much more. It's not even.
Yeah. And what I like to tell people all the time, like, for anyone who is sitting here and saying like, hey, I want people in power that's going to do something good for me, then there's no way that you can actually support the Republican Party, because there's not one piece of legislation that the Republican Party has passed within the last 60 years that has overwhelmingly benefited everyday Americans. They've passed legislation that has benefited, you know, a small group of people or like the ultra wealthy or whatever, but there's no consistent legislation or anything that has been done that has been beneficial to all Americans. And that's a problem. I'm not saying the Democrats are great, but what I am saying is at the very least, they've given us some type of legislation that has been beneficial. And even more so, that lends itself to the fact that we should be arm in arm, Republicans and Democrats, holding everyone accountable. And the people that support Trump still today are lacking the accountability, because he's literally going in opposition of the things that he said that he was going to do. And that's the problem.
Yeah. Now that you've talked to me, I feel like I've like just thinking about things, like I would consider myself to be actually, instead of really a MAGA, more of a, I would say a centrist, someone in the middle.
Yeah. And which, like, I told someone this a couple of nights ago, like, you can hold your conservative views. There's nothing wrong with you holding on to your conservative views, because I think like morality is subjective, and being conservative is really up to you. But that doesn't mean that everyone else should have to follow your views. I say this all the time. I really don't care what anyone is doing, as long as they're not harming other people with what they're doing. Like I genuinely don't. I think people should be able to do whatever they want as long as they don't harm other people. And so, like, I may think, you know, something isn't right, or, you know, I wouldn't do that or whatever, but I would never stop other people from doing stuff like that. So I don't know. That's just my perspective. And forcing people to do things is like the wrong way to go about it. Forcing people into believing something is the wrong way to go about it. Like that's my stance.
Well, that has made me really think about, you know, who I want to vote for in the future and what I want to do in the future. So thank you, Santana, for, you know, giving me your opinion and your view, and it's going to make me think differently on things. I really genuinely mean that. So thank you.
And I'll leave you with this, right? I'll leave you with this. Like, taking care of one another is the most important thing for all of us. We live in a society, and there's no way that you can live a good life as an individual while everyone else around you is suffering. Like, the world doesn't work that way. And even we have these billionaires who are literally trying to put themselves in a position where they can like benefit from the actual works of the world without dealing with the society. And that's not how things should be or should happen. And anyone who's advocating for that, like that doesn't make sense. So I don't trust the government. I don't trust the government, period. I don't care who's running it. I don't care if it's Republicans or Democrat. And I don't even care about the government like at all, but I care about people. And even you being, someone who has voted Republican, I care about you. I want you to be well and do well and live a happy life. And so I think that's the important thing in understanding, like, when we give away all of our power in the name of like certain people, the reason they only support Donald Trump is to like either hate others or own the libs or whatever. Like, that's weird because we got to take care of each other. Like, no one else is going to do it. And that's just my point.
No, I mean, that really means a lot to me, because a lot of people in the past who have been like on the liberal side have said very hateful stuff to me. So for you to come up and say, I really like caring about me in that kind of way, that really means a lot. So so thank you. That really meant a lot to me. Thank you.
No, absolutely. Listen, thank you for coming up. Thank you for having a conversation with me. Hopefully you stick around and maybe one day I can change your opinion. Like, we have a little over 300 days into the midterm elections. And, if I could give you a different perspective that allows you to at least help us put some checks and balances in place, I want to do that. So hang around, okay?
I will. I'll keep tuning in with your live streams, and I'll keep on.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. Have a good one.
You too. Bye.
I really mean that, chat. Like, we really have to think about each other, because like this fucking government isn't going to take care of us. Like, we got to do it. Like, and that's the fact of the matter. So W's in chat for her. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter. We are only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We are not talking to friendlies. We are only looking for some debates. Thank you for the roses. Confetti, are you a Trump supporter?
Trump supporter all the way, baby.
Why'd you say it like that?
Because we going outer space with this, man. This is a great administration, man.
Okay. I mean, he did come up with Space Force, but all right. Can you give me 2 seconds to say a couple of thank yous and then we'll get into it?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. One moment. Josie, thank you so much for the $2 donation. Say, keep up the good work. Keep up good work, doing a great job, and thank you for making me smarter. Absolutely. Listen, I'm just happy that you're here and we're able to do this together. So I appreciate you. W's in chat for Jody for the $5 donation, saying, where we live, the kids have 3 weeks of winter break. Holy fuck. So the kids are still at home. In fact, can you give a shout out to, hey Miles, hey Max, twinsies. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you, Jody. Happy New Year to Miles and Max. I hope you guys are happy, safe, and have a great 2026. W's in chat for Jody. Thank you for that. W's in chat for Heather for the $5 donation, saying MAGA can never give their source because they don't have one. Like, I don't know what we're doing, but like, we got to deal with facts. W's in chat for Amanda for the $10 donation, saying, I have a theory that most MAGAs care more about their pets than immigrants. I'm not going to hold you. A lot of people feel that way, which is weird to me. I'm curious to see what are your thoughts on thousands of pets being left alone to starve or euthanized en masse because shelters are full and because their humans are being deported. I would have to look into it. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, I don't know much about that, but I'll check that out. W's in the chat for Yo. Hey, the name is Yo Norris.
Pets too.
Yo Norris. I'm so sorry. I'm exhausted with all these people who love to claim Christianity, but ignore the core values of it, of compassion, humanity, justice, and love for others. Religious freedom is important. You're the best, Santana. Continue being dope. Absolutely. Thank you so much for that $20 donation and those kind words. I agree. Like, I say this all the time. If you're an actual Christian, then you can't use your Christianity as a sword. You have to use it as a shield to protect others. W's in chat for Wendy for the $20 donation, saying thank you for all that you do. All the best in 2026. Thank you so much for that $20 donation. I hope you have a great 2026 yourself as well. W's in chat for Brandy for the $1 donation, saying your kindness is, and the way that you speak to others, let me know when you're platforming, lets me know we're platforming the right person. Sorry if it complicates and makes you uncomfortable. But thank you for being a good person and in such a hateful world. People like you are rare these days. So much love. Thank you so much, Brandy. Yes, compliments absolutely make me uncomfortable. So I appreciate you. W's in the chat for Tika, who sent a $2 super chat. Say, call one, no facts if it's slapped. I'm talking about Mr. Opinionated, fucking right. And W's in the chat for Sir, who sent a $2 super chat. Say, 64-year-old grandma here. I believe you're my new crush. Santana, listen. You trying to go on a bridge date? You trying to go play bingo? What you want to do? You trying to catch an early bird special with me? All right now. W's in the chat. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. All right, confetti. Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary.
Not me, your anniversary. You gotta echo now. Can you swipe up for a second and then come back?
Oh, okay.
Now you're just muted.
All right, did that take care of it?
Let's see. Yeah, it did. It's your anniversary, not mine.
Oh, J6?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, amazing day, bro.
Yeah, so simple question. Are you throwing something on the grill for your anniversary? And if so, what?
Yeah, we throwing carne asada and elote on the grill, man.
Oh no. You guys don't get to eat Hispanic food anymore. Absolutely not.
All right, I'll eat burgers.
Okay.
Burgers and hot dogs.
Okay. Cool. All right. So help me understand, why is it that you guys, like, it took you years to get to the point of doing all the things that you do, right? Including like being pro-predators, a warmonger, and protecting warmongers. The immigration crisis, you guys absolutely caused that. You collapsing the economy and you starving Americans. Like, help me understand, why is it that you guys are still standing behind all of this? Is it because you guys fought so hard on January 6th to try to overthrow democracy and you couldn't, and so now this is just retribution?
I believe that you're wrong about everything that you just stated.
How so?
Okay, pro-predators, of course, you got to start, because that's how you get the low IQ woman on your side right there, when you just call people predators.
Hold on.
Right?
Why would you say woman?
Pro-predators, right?
Oh, well, first and foremost, when I say predators, I'm not just talking about, like sexually. I'm talking about period, right? You guys are pro-predators, whether it comes to like predators that harm women and children, predators as far as like lending practices within the financial institution, like predators when it comes to like social or society as a whole, like just any form of predators, you guys get behind it. And so I'm not just talking about that one specific thing.
You said lending practices. What lending practices has the Trump administration done that's predatory?
Yeah, Donald Trump actually removed the protections that keep medical debt from being able to be added to credit reports. And he also removed the pause that was on student loans. And so now student loans are back in effect, and even more so, people wages are being garnished. So like literally, he also passed regulations that made it easier for student loan industries to go through loopholes that specifically target veterans and their GI Bill. So it's like multiple things.
Okay, so let's go with the first thing that you said about I believe you said, what was the first predatory practice? You said that he stopped. You're unable to put medical bills on a credit report.
No, it was he removed the restriction that stopped people from being able to do it. There was an actual piece of legislation that was put in place, or it was either a legislation or EO. I have to look up. Regardless, he removed whatever that was in place under the Biden administration that kept like collection agencies from putting medical debt on your credit report.
So now you're saying that they can put medical debt on people's credit report.
Yes.
All right. Should people pay what they owe?
So what happens is the medical industry is a scam.
So wait, this is all money that people owe, right? And they don't want to pay their debts?
Sort of, kind of. Let me ask you a question. How logical do you think it is to charge someone $50,000 to have a baby?
You can have an at-home birth for free.
No, that's not the question. The question is, how logical do you think it is to charge someone $50,000 to have a baby?
I mean, it costs money.
That's too much, right?
I mean, a hospital stay is how much money, bro?
Yeah. Again, you're trying to answer my question with the question. I just I'm just really looking
it's completely
for
logical. How much should it? How much do you think it should cost?
Nothing. I believe in like universal health care, but like at the very least, I think that I thought we could.
Here we go. So you think it should cost nothing?
Let me finish my sentence.
Okay.
Because you're talking about me personally, and that's different than what the point that I was trying to make. I thought that we could at least get to the point where we could agree that 50,000 was too much for having the kids. Like I wasn't even talking about what I think it should be, because again, you know, wanting my personal view on a lot of things is going to be way more extreme than the things that I normally talk about here on the live. So I'm not talking about personally, but at the very least, I think it should be less than $50,000. And I just thought we could agree on that one.
How much do you think it should be?
I already told you, personally, free.
Oh, zero. Yeah, that's not. I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
And why not? Universal health care.
Universal health. Who pays for universal health care?
The taxpayers. Or you know what you could do, which I guess is still the taxpayers, but like, you know what you could do? You could take that massive military budget that we have and cut that bitch in half. Cut that military budget in half. And we would still have the largest military budget by $300 billion. So we could actually cut our military budget and be able to pay for healthcare.
So you think that we should cut the military budget in half, bro?
No, I said we could.
No, but that's what you would want to do, right? To make
I would want to cut the military budget by more than half. Again, see, this is what you hold on. I need you to make sure you understand your questions before you ask them, right? Your questions, if you're saying me personally, like I'm telling you, I'm way more extreme than you possibly think. But there's a difference between what I think would be acceptable and is willing to work versus what I actually think we should do. Two different things, right? And so
what you believe wouldn't work. Is that what you're telling me?
No, what I believe is, well, yeah, technically it wouldn't work because people aren't willing to do that. I can give you
not that they're willing to do that. Will it work?
Oh no, it would absolutely work. They're not willing to do it. That's why it wouldn't work. That's why I try to get positions that
So what do you think what would happen if we cut our military budget more than half?
We would still have the largest and most expensive military in the country in the world by $300 billion.
How much if we cut it by more than half, do you think that other countries would start to believe that they could take us on?
Maybe, but we would still have the largest military budget in the world by over $300 billion.
So maybe, right? So then if other countries start thinking that they're going to be able to take us on, what would happen then?
They would still run up against the largest military budget by over $300 billion.
Okay. And then, but then they decided
do you understand what it means when I say we would still have the largest military budget by over $300 billion? Do you understand what that means?
Yeah, but when they start to believe that they can take us on.
No, question. What does that mean when I say that? Because I'm not saying those words for no reason. What does that actually mean?
It means that we would be bigger than them, but not as big, not as much bigger as. It would mean that we would still be bigger than them, but not as much bigger of them as we are right now. So they would be in a better range to actually be able to take us on. If they're able to actually take us on, what's going to happen, bro?
Okay, let me see if I can make this simple. Hey, do you like sports?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. You like basketball?
Yeah.
Who's your favorite player?
Steph Curry.
Really? Steph?
Oh yeah, 3-point master, bro.
Okay. Are you a historian?
Yeah, I love history.
Or I mean, like in the NBA, not like overall, but just the NBA. Like you know ball.
I can go back to the 70s. I can go before that.
Cool. That's all I need. All right. So let's say we got Manute Bol playing against Muggsy Bogues.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You see the height difference.
Yep.
Okay. Manute Bol is our current military budget.
Mm-hmm.
Muggsy Bogues is the next closest military budget.
Mm-hmm.
Height difference, staggering. Like being able to put the ball in the basket just purely one-on-one with the size difference, like Manute Bol should have it. Now, of course, there's skill and all this other stuff, blah, blah, blah. But like,
I think Nate Robinson, height. Yeah, I think Nate Robinson would be a better example.
Same thing. I mean, both of them are super short. Like that's the point. Well, I mean, Nate Robinson got hops, but regardless, I mean, I'm not talking about the hops. I'm talking about the height difference, right? That's what I want you to picture.
Yeah,
right?
but don't forget that people people.
Yeah, that's why I said you could talk about skills, all this other stuff, whatever. Now, you and I can both agree that there's a massive disadvantage to Muggsy Bogues at the moment because Manute Bol towers over him, right?
Right.
Okay. So let me make sure I show him. Let me make sure I have his height correct. All right, perfect. Yeah. Okay. So Manute Bol is 7'7", right? I can't hear you.
Yeah, because I hope that you want to decide to cut our military budget to Derek Fisher.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. All right. So Manute Bol is 7'7", right? And the next closest person, for as far as military budget is Muggsy Bogues. Massive height difference. How much of a difference in height, not skill, because now this is going to be a little bit different. So just don't focus on the skill. Focus.
Yeah,
on
I mean,
height.
you can just tell me your point and having an example, bro.
How much of a difference in height?
So we can talk about real military. We can talk about real military might, real military power, and we can really talk about how many ships does China have, how many tanks does China have, how many planes does China have.
Let me finish the example.
What if Russia, China, and Venezuela?
Let me finish the example. How much of a difference in height is it if Manute Bol is replaced by Shaq, who is 6 inches shorter, but they're still playing against Muggsy Bogues with the height difference? How much of a difference is that? Do you think that since now Muggsy Bogues is playing against someone that's a little bit shorter than who he was playing with before, that now he has a better chance? Or do you think that like he still towers above Muggsy Bogues, so it won't be a difference?
He would have a better chance.
Really try with this analogy. The point that I'm trying to get across, and hopefully I'll be playing with it.
No, like we can talk about real military might, bro. Like, can you actually talk about the amount of planes Russia has, the amount of China? Like, bro, we don't got it. We can talk about real stuff, bro.
Yeah. So the point that I was trying to get across is the amount of money that the United States of America spends on the military budget.
Okay, but look, when you're thinking about your example,
talk about it, and then I started talking about it.
You're taking away from let me say something, bro, because I let you go on with this whole example that didn't mean anything.
That's because I'm trying to explain stuff to you and you don't understand it.
Imagine if we cut our budget by more than half, bro. And you're saying,
more than half. No. See, now you're changing what I said. No.
What if they start clicking up? What if Russia, China, and Pakistan
confetti. Stop talking.
What if they click up?
Hey, I promise you, like, I don't want to do this. Like, one at a time. Let's have a conversation. I don't want to fucking talk over each other. Let's be adults. Stop misrepresenting my argument. I never said cut it by more than half. I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
I said cut it by half, and we would still have the largest military budget by more than $300 billion.
Okay, and what if countries click up? Will they be able to overpower us?
Sure. So if countries
countries are able to overpower us, what do you think is going to happen?
You asked me a question. Can I answer it? You literally just asked me a question. Let me answer. If countries click up, one, we would still have the largest military budget in the world. Two, let me look up the list, but I think it's 7 of the top 10 military budgets or the militaries in the world are all allies of ours. So the
China and Russia?
I said 7 of the 10. 7 of the 10.
Yeah, but but the ones that aren't are really big, bro.
Okay. Why do you think I mentioned other people's military? What do you think I was just about to say?
Because what are you talking about? Clicking up with France, UK? France, UK, us versus China, Russia, North Korea, Venezuela, not Venezuela.
I
don't know, bro. My accent don't keep me from not saying it, bro.
I think you're misunderstanding like the necessity of alliances.
No, I think that you are I think that you're not understanding the necessity on why our military budget is so high, and then you're doing it.
What's the point of having allies?
You're doing it to try to fix healthcare.
Confetti.
And then you try to
allies.
And then you try to fix healthcare.
Confetti.
Then we get taken over by another country because you try to fix healthcare.
Confetti. What's the point of having?
Because you thought people should get healthcare for free.
Hey, I'm muting you right now. I need you to know what I just did. I'm muting you right now. If you can't engage in my question, I'm going to kick you. I don't know what's happening right now, but like either you are an adult or you're not. Like you're not going to talk past the things that I'm saying. It's fucking weird. Like actually engage or you can move on. I'm so confused as far as what's happening. I need you to actually engage or you can move on. I don't care which one, but I need to know which am I doing. So Confetti, the question that I have is, what's the point of allies?
What's the point of allies? To help us in times of war.
Okay. Yeah. So understanding that when you have allies, it's a strategic partnership. And you're supposed to be able to lean on your allies. And so while reducing our overall military budget would still give us the largest military budget in the world by over 300 billion, we would want to make sure that we are continuing to support our allies because we would need our allies to support us. That's why we can't go around alienating our allies and breaking alliances and partnerships. Like that's the point.
Okay, so I got another question with you about the allies, right? So if our military wasn't as big and powerful and mighty as it was, do you think that the other allies that we have might say, hey, China and Russia look like they can take the U.S. Maybe we might need to choose a different ally because, the U.S. ain't that strong. So you think that, like, bro, cutting the budget, we might even start losing allies because now we're not seen as powerful.
Yeah.
That starts destruction, bro. That's the destruction of the country right there because you wanted to give people free healthcare than having people pay what they owe.
Sure. So as far as the possibility of losing allies, the point of having these partnerships is not because, it's the biggest or the strongest or the baddest, right? Countries, specifically have partnerships for different reasons. And it could be for military reasons. It could be for, resource reasons. It could be for a multitude of reasons. I think the thing that you are willfully being ignorant of is even though cutting the military budget would actually reduce what we're spending at this moment, it's still far and away exceeds anyone else, not even close, right? And with that being said, we're still the big bad wolf on the block in that situation. It doesn't work where people would just say like, what? they're not 7'7" anymore. They're 7'1". I'm going to be able to take them. No, it doesn't work that way. But give me a second here. Sorry.
You're not equating that. If they see,
wait 1 second. Sorry, 1 second. Dak, I hit the request, but I don't see you anymore. Dak, if you are here, request back up, please, please, please. Dak, if you're here, request back up. I don't know what just happened. I hit the accept button, but I don't see you anymore. W's in the chat for Danny or Diane. Sorry, Diane, who sent a $25 donation. Thank you so fucking much. Said, look forward to your lives every day, Santana. Thank you for putting these MAGAs in their place. Keep up the good fight. Love you. Love you so much. I appreciate you more than you could have ever imagined. Thank you, thank you, thank you for that $25 donation. W's in the chat for Sonia for the, oh, got it. W's in the chat for Sonia for the $5 donation saying $2 billion was delivered alone in 2025 to ICE. Exactly. We haven't even gotten to that point yet. Trillions are diverted from this administration's priorities. Exactly. Like the way that they spend money and the things that they spend money on is absolutely astronomical. I haven't gotten to my other point as far as like the other options, but like that's the first thing and that's the easiest thing. W's in the chat for Tika, who sent a $5 super chat to say, I have insurance and I still had my entire savings drained. 5+ years of scraping and saving gone in a week. That's effing stupid. I completely agree. The way that our entire medical system is predatory is mind-blowing. W's in the chat for Benjamin for the $5 donation saying alliances are built on shared interests and credibility, not who spends the most. Exactly. That's the point that I was trying to make. Like it depends on the things that can strategically help everyone. Like that's what it boils down to. W's in the chat for Benjamin. Thank you so much for the 5. Guys, if anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. All of the pay links and the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, we have Just Alpha up here and Confetti. Just Alpha use what's called Tag Me In. And as a member on YouTube or I think it's called a super fan here on TikTok, you get access to what's called Tag Me In, which means that if I am debating and there's no friendlies up on the panel, you get to come up and help me debate someone for 5 minutes. So with that being said, Confetti, I am giving the floor to Just Alpha for the next 5 minutes. Just an FYI, please don't talk over Just Alpha the entire time. I want to make sure we respect the time that they have. Just Alpha, the floor is yours.
Hello, Confetti. How are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty amazing, man, my guy.
That is fantastic. Good to hear. So you were talking about this is very much personal to me because in case if you do not know, or you in the chat do not know, or for those in the chat who do not know, I am a currently serving active United States military member. So what you were talking about intrigued me a lot because you were talking about with regards to the United States military budget, how we have to be strong enough in order to make sure that our adversaries do not keep up with us. So I want to give you this image. Imagine if, so you obviously know about NASA, right? The National Aeronautics Space Administration. So with NASA, I'm pretty sure it was a TED Talk video or something like that. I don't remember exactly where it was from, but it was super fascinating. If NASA had the same budget that the United States military has, and this was actually before the most recent update to $1.1 trillion, we just recently crossed the $1 trillion mark. If NASA had the same budget that we do, they would be able to not only colonize the moon, but we would be on track to space missions on Mars. We would have boots on the ground on Mars already. That is how much that we spend on the United States military currently, as of today. And furthermore, what Santana was talking about was not with regards to, we're trying to weaken our military for no reason. The idea behind a universal healthcare system is the idea in which, one, it's a belief in making sure that people are, taken care of and that we don't We want healthcare to be a human right, not a privilege. And secondly, he was talking about there being two options. We could increase taxes for everyday working Americans, either to, I believe it was like the number was, what was it?
3 to 5% increase would give us the ability to have universal health care if we increase it by 3 to 5%.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you for correcting me on that. And either that, or we can slightly decrease our military budget. We can cut it in half. And even with that, we would still outpace the top military budgets around the world, including our adversaries, by 300 billion. That is an incredibly difficult number to keep up with. And I'm not saying all this because I do not value defense. I do very much value it. However, there comes a point to where the spending of the budget and spending on our military has gone so extreme and so out of control, especially with regards to them failing spending audits and inspections, that it leads to not only gross corruption, but it also leads to negligence and arrogance. And that leads us to a strategically, that leads us to a very bad position in terms of our opponents being able to one-up us. So now that I've mentioned all that confetti, I will let you talk now.
Yeah, first, are you a man or a woman?
I'm a man. I'm a male.
How old are you?
Hey, I'm not sure what that. Wait, one second.
My birthday, Santana.
Just Alpha. You don't. I'm sorry. Tomorrow's your birthday?
Yes, yes, it is.
Holy fuck! You know you're gonna have to come back up so we can sing happy birthday.
Oh, thank you.
Absolutely. Confetti, I'm not sure why that question is pertinent. It's not. So how about we stay on track and actually go from there? Anyway, okay. Confetti, please reply to Just Alpha.
That's fine, no worries. I actually get that quite often. So again,
so you're talking about cutting it in half. So it would only take about $300 billion for the other countries that have the same amount of military might as we do. So I don't know how you don't see that as being very dangerous.
I do not know. I'm sorry, you cut out. I do not know. I see it as a what? As a bad thing?
No, I don't see like how if it would only take $300 billion for them to hit the mark, for them to have the same military capabilities as we do.
It's not every country. It's just one country. It's one country. It would be China, right? And so China would have to spend 300 billion more. Everyone else spends way less than that.
No, like so Russia they start
Russia spends 150. India spends 83.6 and so on and so on. So like there's a huge gap between, like there's a massive gap between 1 and 2, but there's even more of a gap between 1 and everyone else. That's the point.
Yeah. So if Russia, China, and Brazil got together and say, hey, you know, if we put $100 billion each, we can take over the US and then get all of their resources, take over the country.
That's not happening. I'm Confetti. I really do want to preface this. The reality and its capabilities are truly astounding. Like I just last month had my second military drill, and holy bejesus, it is wild. If you've ever stepped foot in a military base and actually got to properly check it out, like you're not gonna leave as if it's inadequate. We can, in blatant terms, we can F things up.
And so even more than that, I just want to call out the actual the point that you're missing, because you keep talking about everyone clicking up. Right. And you can talk about Russia and China, but anyone else that you name comes nowhere close. I'm literally doing the math. And with our allies that we have, like the United Kingdom, Ukraine, Saudi Arabia, France, Japan, South Korea, Israel, Poland, Italy, like all of these other, Australia, all of these other countries that are our allies, even if those countries that you name that aren't our allies, quote unquote, click up, it's still not close. Even if we cut the military budget in half, it's still not close enough because of our allyships. You're missing that.
Mm-hmm. And this reduction in our budget could be used to not only establish a permanent, not temporary, a permanent universal healthcare system, much like that of other countries around the world, if not better.
Wait. Actually,
our homelessness.
Actually, I would love. Wait. I would actually love you to explain that. How would it be a permanent solution?
How would it be a permanent solution? With regards to the fund, correct me if I'm wrong, Santana, because I could totally miss the mark on this, but once we establish let's say a Medicare for all system, which would be the simple way to describe universal healthcare, it would be the sense to where you'd have a collection of funds accumulated, and then the taxpayer would fund into that over time. Like there would be the baseline that's set.
Once you allocate a certain budget
itself, and then the taxpayers would feed into it slowly over time.
Exactly. So what happens once you allocate the budget for that set amount, then the budget is already established. And so the taxes that are already being collected and used towards the military budget would just be redirected towards the cost of healthcare. So it's not like you're creating new taxes. You're just moving how your taxes are being used.
So you're telling me that it's going to pay for itself?
Yeah, again, it's paid by the taxes that are already, you don't have to increase the tax, because the second option is just to increase the taxes, keep everything as it is, increase the taxes, and then have the option for universal healthcare with like a public option. But if you don't want to increase taxes, then you can divert some of the budget. So we're already paying the money. That's the point. It's literally money that we're already paying.
You hit the nail on the head in the chat.
You think a trillion? So wait. So if that's all it was going to take, how come the Republicans didn't agree to raise the healthcare bill up by $1 trillion?
Because the
are you talking about with regards to the?
Because you're telling me that all it would take is $1 trillion, right?
It would take less than $1 trillion. You're missing the point. But the reason why the Republican Party would not pass any type of legislation, it's because they don't care about healthcare and they don't have any type of legislation.
But you're telling me that you guys have this almighty solution.
Confetti. I'm still answering your question. The Republican Party does not care about healthcare. That's why they have talked about multiple points as far as having a healthcare bill, and they've tried to repeal the Affordable Care Act, which isn't great, but it was something. And they said they were going to repeal and replace it, but they have not put together any type of option. Exactly. They've not put forth any option to actually replace the Affordable Care Act. So the reason why they haven't passed any type of specific spending for healthcare or a public option is because they don't care about it, because they don't have anything, because it's not going to be beneficial to them.
Well, just Alpha, she doesn't have that much. He doesn't have that much time. But I'm wondering, how does this system pay for itself?
Just Alpha has as much time as I want to give. So, like, yeah, don't.
Okay.
Do that.
No, I'm just wondering, like, how, like, because maybe you guys know something that I don't. So I'm trying to figure out how $1 trillion pays for a self-running healthcare system, free healthcare system for everybody.
Did you not listen to what I said?
You said basically, oh, well, you start off with this money, and then after 4 years,
I didn't say shit about 4 years.
I thought you said all you have to do is cut the military budget for 4 years.
No.
Oh, you'd have to cut the military budget forever.
Yes, you would cut the military budget
forever, in half, forever, and put that towards healthcare.
Just listen for a second. You would cut the military budget currently and reallocate those funds
to healthcare forever, right?
You would establish that this percentage of said taxes that are already being collected, instead of all of it going to just military, this portion goes to military, this portion goes to healthcare. And so it's the continuous process.
And that would be $500 billion, right? No, I'm trying to really understand, because it's actually not making no sense.
You can't understand if you keep speaking while I'm speaking. You don't let me get through the entire thought. You cut the budget, and then you reallocate the actual funds. The taxes that are already being paid continue to pay, but they're just allocated to 2 different buckets instead of 1 bucket. And you allow them to continue to pay into those 2 buckets now instead of the 1 bucket. Now, just because you cut the military budget in order to start this process does not mean that in the future you can't reallocate additional funds or increase the military budget. Literally every single time the military budget has come up for approval, it has increased. So regardless of what we're saying, the United States of America has shown that they will continue to allocate more and more and more funds to the military budget. So just because you cut it to start the process for paying for universal health care does not mean that it's going to be cut forever.
I mean, how long would it need to be cut for? How long would it need to be reallocated for?
The 2 buckets will always be there.
No, I'm asking you, how long would you have to reallocate it for universal health care to be free to be free?
The 2 buckets will always be there. Do you understand what that means?
No, I don't.
Okay, cool. That means once you create this budget, then the format for the budget will always be there. So once you set this up and allocate a percentage of taxes to go to universal health care, you will always have the ability to allocate budget to health care. You understand that?
Are we talking about reallocating military budget, or are we talking about taxes in general?
Have you ever taken any finance classes?
Oh yeah, in college, yeah.
Okay, cool. Have you ever ran a business or managed books or anything?
Yeah, I have 17 armed security guards right now.
Okay. Let's say you got 17 security guards and you got 1 security guard that's been there forever. And this 1 security guard makes twice as much as everyone else, right? You tracking?
Uh-huh.
Okay. But this 1 security guard is old. And this security guard is like, yep, I'm done. And the security guard retires.
Mm-hmm.
Now you still have the money that you were paying this 1 security guard, which is twice as much as all the other security guards. Would you take that money and pay a new security guard twice as much as everyone else? Or would you split the money that you were paying that 1 security guard and hire 2 security guards?
I'd hire 2.
Okay, cool. And now once you hire 2, are you paying more than you were paying before, even though you have an extra person?
No.
Okay, right, because all you did was split the budget because the budget was higher. And that's what we're saying. You get it now?
Well, then what happens if we cut the budget and have reallocate that money, then we get into a big war with somebody? Okay. What happens then?
Okay.
Do we lose free healthcare?
No. Healthcare is always there.
I would believe that you would lose the free heallcare then.
Listen.
Right?
Healthcare is always there. Just listen for a second. Listen for a second.
So we would reallocate our funds.
No. Please stop trying to figure it out. Confetti,
where does the money come from?
Please stop trying to figure it out yourself and just listen. Stop trying to figure it out and listen.
Where does this money come from?
If you stop talking, you will understand.
Magic money, huh?
You know what it is. At this point, I think that you're willfully ignoring this. That's why you don't want to listen, is because you do understand, but you're playing as if you don't.
No, you're not making any sense right now.
No. Because you're no longer trying to listen.
Like several times now, dude.
Exactly.
No, because what would have made sense.
Just Alpha, go ahead and finish your point for me, please.
Y'all didn't explain to me how.
Stop talking, Confetti. Just Alpha, go ahead and finish your point, please.
You were explaining it to him several times, and he still doesn't, unfortunately, get it.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically what we're talking about is once something exists, it is hard to. Have you ever heard of the phrase?
No more questions. No more questions for him. Just
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so the idea is when you establish something, it's hard to get rid of, like whether it be an addiction to substances or the idea of a universal healthcare system. In the Czech Republic, for instance, if the Czech Republic were to theoretically, for instance, go to war, they wouldn't lose their universal healthcare system that they have. It's been built up over time by the taxpayers. That's one example.
Yeah. Just Alpha, thank you for coming up. Something's going on with your mic now. It's getting like super scratchy. So I'm gonna go ahead and drop you down. I appreciate you coming up and using your tag.
Oh, I apologize.
No worries. You're good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good one.
I'm excited for my birthday tomorrow. I hope to see you tomorrow.
Absolutely. Have a good one. Confetti, you still there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, good. Confetti, I'm gonna try this one more thing. One last thing, okay? One last thing.
Let's see if you can explain something that makes sense.
Sure. One last thing. So I've tried sports references. I've tried personal references with business. I've tried like explaining the budget. And I don't think that any of those were the things. And so I get it.
But you're doing everything.
Hold on. Let me finish my sentence. Let me finish my sentence. It's on me. It's on me. I have not done it correctly. It's on me. So this is the last thing I want to try. And if I don't get it right on this, then I will concede to you and say you win. Okay? All good?
Okay. Good.
All right. All right. You got to follow me on this one because this is going to sound a little bit out there, but like I promise you, I know what I'm doing. I tried all these other ways. I'm going to try magic. Question. Do you like magic?
I love magic.
Okay. All right. I know I can get you now. I know I got it. Okay. I got it. All right. All right. All right. So I'm going to try to explain it to you with magic. Ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way. Fuck are we talking about? He's sitting up here playing in my face. W's in the chat for Jared for the $2 donation saying, what if ifs and buts were candy and nuts? That's very apropos with the confetti. What if ifs and buts were candy and nuts? We'd all have a Merry Christmas. Stop being disingenuous. Guess healthcare is predatory. Just bought my first month's supply of insulin after losing my job / healthcare. $111 a month. Now it used to be $0 a month. Like, what the fuck are we doing? W's in the chat for Jared. W's in the chat for John for the $5 donation saying CNN televised 24/7 in the, oh, holy shit. Thank you for the galaxy. CNN televised 24/7 the U.S. obliteration of Iraq in the early 90s. Every nation learned don't F with the United States military because it was cheaper to pump the keyboard warriors with Mountain Dew and Cheetos and to attack social media platforms and get us to destroy ourselves. Now think about AI. Like, you are fucking so right, John. So right. W's in the chat for Jocelyn, who sent a $1 donation and said he was being purposely obtuse. How annoying. I absolutely believe that. That's the only thing that makes sense. Like, literally, that's the only thing that makes sense. It doesn't make sense any other way. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and links are in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. It's the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted and things appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Confetti put in the chat. What? Confetti. Take the concession that you are being willfully obtuse. Take it. Take it. Please, 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 please. Take us saying that you did that on purpose. Because if you don't take us saying that you did that on purpose, then that means you're stupid. And it is better for us to think that you were being willfully obtuse than to actually be that stupid. Take us saying that you were willfully being obtuse. Please understand that one. Holy shit. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We're only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter. We're not looking to talk to friendlies. If you are a friendly, tap the screen, share the live. Hey guys, make sure you follow me. We are on the road to 80,000 followers. We just crossed over 75,000 followers, and we're trying to get there. We're chugging along, and we need you on the team. If you look up at the top, you see the word follow. You're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit the follow button. But also, if you see a gray heart, that means you haven't sent your daily heart. I mean, go ahead and send it. It's only one coin, just one. It'll boost the live. It'll push us out to the FYP, but you have to make sure you go back in and claim, right? You got to go claim it. Also, make sure you turn on your notifications so you know when I go live, but follow the backup account as well. I'll be on the backup account probably later today or whatever. Like next time I go live, I'll be on the backup account. So make sure you follow the backup account, right? W's in the chat for Heather for the $5 donation saying, before the new year, I got a call from my doctor asking me if I wanted to get my inhaler early. I did the same thing with my ADHD medication. That never happens. Now I'm scared when my inhaler, I'm scared when my inhaler I need every day is the cost is going to go up. Absolutely. Like literally I had the same conversation because I knew I needed a refill on my ADHD medication. And I was like, let me make sure I get it before the end of the year. Like it was specifically done for that reason. W's in the chat for Megan for the $2 donation saying, I laughed out loud when he was like, I love magic. Always fucking get him. I always fucking get him with that. Every single time. Every single time I get him with that. I want to finish something that I was saying earlier. I was talking about young white men. And again, kind of to recap what happened earlier, one of the first people that came up was a young white kid, like super young, howdy partner, not supposed to be on TikTok live young. And he immediately came up and started slurring, right? N-word, 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 N-word. And I was just looking like, what do you think that's going to do? Right? And I stopped him and I said, hey, like you need to understand that words have consequences. I blocked him, of course, because he's a kid, but like a young white kid. And I started telling everybody about how I feel bad for young white men. And I genuinely do. When I say this, I genuinely feel bad for young white men. And the reason why I feel bad for young white men is because their dads and their granddads and their great-granddads and their great-great-granddads have all been beneficiaries of the patriarch, of having access to the patriarch and sitting at the top of the patriarchal system and never being questioned, right? And being able to do and say whatever they want. Being able to grab women by the you-know-what. Being able to get a job because you're a white man. Being able to have access that other people don't get because of that. But then I mentioned like the Me Too movement, right? And how the Me Too movement shook the core foundation of the patriarchal system and it jarred young white men and white men specifically and men as a whole, right? Because it's not just white men, like it's men as a whole. It jarred all of them and it lets you know that like you don't get to do whatever you want. You don't get to grab whoever you want. You don't get to live free without consequences of your actions, right? That's what happened. But then young white men, while at the same time having the reckoning of like Me Too and finding out that you don't get to just do whatever the fuck you want anymore, also had to deal with young white women starting to graduate college at the same rate as them and being able to get access to the same level of pay of jobs. And so no longer were they just given the access to the top of the patriarchal system, without any type of pushback. But now the women no longer had to just fall in line because they no longer had the position of like, I make the money, I'm the breadwinner, and you have to, listen to me. Right? That's what happened. And so that meant that they had to get in personality, in which we all know the one thing that it's hard for men who only reduce themselves to their wallet to do is to actually have any type of personality. It was so hard for them to do. And so they thought that they were victims. In which, to be clear, young white men, you are not victims. You have never been victims. Ever, 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 ever. But that's why you saw them out in the streets marching, chanting, white man stand up. Like, that's why they were doing those types of things, right? And they saw the first real test of the patriarchal system, and they saw Hillary Clinton against Donald Trump. And I was like, nope, not today. And so they voted against Hillary Clinton and voted Donald Trump in to uphold the patriarchal system, right? And then Joe Biden came around and it gave them a sense of ease and calm because, hell, one white man versus one white man. Doesn't matter who wins, still a white man. And they were fine with that. And so some of those white men that voted for Donald Trump, not because they wanted to, because they felt a need to, they voted for Joe Biden because Joe Biden was palatable, because Joe Biden was another white man. And it was okay, right? But then, a couple of years later, as they're gearing up for another election against another white man, a one in a million shot happens, and goodbye, Joe. Hello, Kamala. A black woman. And for those who aren't well versed in intersectionality and have not had an opportunity to hear us do intersectionality on Late Nights with Santana, while these white men, these young white men, were threatened by Hillary Clinton, she was still higher on the patriarchal system than Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris, as a black woman, is one of the most marginalized groups in America, right? That's what happened. And so what did David say? Are you done? Oh no, David, get in the box. I'll mute you. Get in the box. Not done yet. Is this striking a nerve, David? I bet you this is striking a nerve. This is striking a nerve. This is striking a nerve. It's striking a nerve. I'm going to mute you as well. MAGA's back on bone or whatever. It's striking a nerve. No, she's not less than. Again, if you understand intersectionality, you understand that depending on additional groups and categories, it changes your place in the hierarchical system. So that's the point. Anywho, what actually happened was Kamala Harris represented the greatest threat to the patriarchal system that they had ever seen. Because it wasn't a white woman. Hell, it wasn't even a black man. It was a black woman. And young white men took that moment and realized that if they gave access to the top of the patriarchal system to a black woman, it would forever shatter their world. Now, if you know how systems work and you truly understand this, just because Kamala Harris became the president of the United States, that doesn't mean that the patriarchal system no longer exists. I mean, you still have to abolish the entire system. Just because one person can gain access to a certain level of power does not mean that everything is fine and dandy. That's why racism didn't go away when Barack Obama became president. Doesn't work that way. Anywho, they don't know the shit. They never learned intersectionality. I digress. So when they saw Kamala Harris, this Black woman, about to gain access to the highest seat in the land, they stood up and said, nope. No. Because if Kamala Harris would have won the election, then these same young white men who establish all of their self-worth in the fact that they are men and the fact that they are white, and hell, some of them even in the fact that they have money, if they would have allowed Kamala Harris to ascend to the highest seat in the land, it would have pointed out their insecurities, their flaws, and their weakness. There would have never been another excuse for them to ever fail again. Which there's not any excuses right now, but at least they can pretend as if there's one. They can pretend as if they're victims. They can pretend that other people are taking from them. They can pretend as if someone is somehow holding them back. But what they can't pretend is if they can't do something, but yet a Black woman can do it. What the fuck are we talking about, right? So in order for them to protect their spot within the patriarchal system and also to protect their ego, they voted for Donald Trump. And not just voted for Donald Trump, white men showed up and voted for Donald Trump at the highest clip of any United States president in history. White men showed up and said that Donald Trump was a better candidate or better president for them than Ronald Reagan, than George H. Bush, than George W. Bush, than any of them. They literally showed up with the numbers to say that Donald Trump is the greatest president to them in United States history. All just so they could save their spot at the top of the patriarchy. That's what happened. But the reason why I feel bad, you said, can we get to debates? Sure, I'm gonna mute you because like this is my life. If you don't like it, scroll out, bub. My life, my Jew joint. But what happened, what complicated all of this, right, is that even though they voted to protect their spot, they've been gaslit into thinking that they're being replaced. And once you take that genie out of the bottle, you can never put it back. They're perpetual victims. Just like MAGA. MAGA's perpetual victims. That's why they have the presidency, the House, the Senate, the Supreme Court. And yet they whine and cry and complain and say the Democrats are stopping them. The Democrats are holding them back. It's other people. It's DEI. It's the woke agenda. It's the transgenderism. It's all of this other bullshit that aren't really a thing. And so the position that they're in right now is they have all the power, which they normally always do anyway, but like it's that's where we are. Anyway, they have all the power and they don't have anyone to blame for their shortcomings. So now they're manufacturing people to blame for their shortcomings. That's why they keep talking about The Jews. Everything now is the fault of Jewish people. That's why I keep talking about the illegals. Undocumented immigrants is taking everything from them. That's why no men and women's sports. They don't even fucking watch women's sports. What are you guys talking about? Transgender people aren't taking anything from you. But they need a boogeyman. They need a boogeyman. And that's what this is about. So, I feel bad for young white men, not in the sense of like, oh, they're being harmed. I feel bad for young white men because every generation before them now, being mediocre was all that it took. But now, today, here, where we are, everyone keeps calling out their mediocreness, their mediocrity, and they can't deal with it. That's why you have them come up on TikTok live panels and they slur and they crash out and they talk over people. That's why, have you ever noticed that the incels, they can't stay quiet for 5 seconds. They immediately need attention. They immediately need attention. They can't, they are craving, starving, and desire attention. It's because that's who they are. So I only feel bad for them in the sense that they have to figure out a new world. They have to figure out how to live in a different world. And they don't want to do that. They're trying to fight back. They're literally trying to fight to take. That's why they want to, quote unquote, make America great again. It's not about actually making America great. They just want shit to be how it was when they could be mediocre in peace. They want to be mediocre in peace. They want to be able to do all the same shit that they did before without any type of consequences or repercussions. But you know what the difference is? We're not going to let them do it. We're not going to let them do it. And they're fucked. One of my favorite quotes is, for those with privilege, equality feels like oppression. When certain people have had privilege and someone says, we want equality or shit equity, then they feel like they're being oppressed because they can't exert their privilege anymore. So that's what it boils down to, people. That's where we are. That's where we are. That's how the cookie crumbles. Yeah. W's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation to MAGA. Obama as a president ended racism. If Kamala becoming president would ever end the patriarchy, why would Trump becoming president not make Obama loom? I don't know what you mean by lupus, less creepy. I'm not sure what you meant by the last part, Jared, but W's in chat for you. Thank you so much. W's in the chat for Troy for the $10 donation saying, love your show. Keep speaking the truth. FYI, for cheaper meds, check out Mark Cuban's site, Cost Plus Drugs. That's good to know. Absolutely good to know. Absolutely good to know. W's in the chat for JoJo for the $5 donation saying, it takes letting go of one's ego to see and acknowledge their own privilege. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. I 1,000,000,000% agree with that one. Yeah. Thank you, Halo.
W's in the chat for Just Alpha for the $5 super chat to say, I did my best with my insight to help Confetti out. And hey, I prefer ignorance over malicious intent. However, I'm excited about tomorrow. You should be. It's your birthday. Absolutely. W's in the chat for Barber for becoming a late night tuber. Guys, if you're not following me on YouTube, make sure you follow me over there on YouTube. And hell, make sure you follow me here. Follow me everywhere. Follow me on all the sites. YouTube. Follow me on Instagram, MySpace, Black Planet. What am I missing? Anybody want to be in my MySpace top 10 friends? Is there anyone interested in going on my wall and being one of my top friends on my MySpace page? That list caused a lot of problems. A lot of people were pissed off because of that list. That was a lot of people pissed off because they didn't make that list. Holy shit. That started some fights. You said why? Because what happened was you could have your top friends, like you would design your MySpace page and you like have like all these different designs and all this other shit. And then you could like highlight, you could rank your friends and say who your top friends were. And then you could like rotate the friends in and out depending on like different shit or whatever. And so it was basically a hierarchical system, and you would want to be in people top friends list. And then if you go over and you see like, oh, I'm not in your top friend. I'm not in your top friend list. Oh, that was soul crushing. Has anyone ever been in the top friends list one day and then the next day you're not? It'll have you laying out in the middle of the road in the rain, singing love songs, hugging a picture of that old top 10 friend list. Like just crying in the rain. That shit hurt. You said top 8. Yeah, it was top 8. And then didn't it expand to the top 10? Anyway, top whatever. I don't know. Numbers in chat for Jared for the one. Sorry, Santana joke didn't land. A little orange guy from Willy Wonka. Oh, the Oompa Loompas? Yeah, I didn't know that. W's in the chat for Mike for the $5 donation. And I pray for you, brother. Battling these NPCs all day has got to be draining. Sometimes. Only when they don't engage. Mike. That's it. All right, guys, we're going to get out of here. I'm going to call it a day. I may be around these TikTok streets. Ooh. Since we still have a few people hanging out, I'll give you guys a little bit of insight. I got a video that I'm getting ready to post. I got a video that I'm getting ready to post. I wonder if I can. Give me a second. Oh, I can't do it. I was gonna play something really quick, but I don't think I can do it because oh, you know what? Let me try doing it this way. So I got a video that I'm getting ready to post, right? And it's an interesting video. I just got to finish like a few more edits. And it's done. And the interesting part about this video, let me see if I can do this real quick.
It's downloading. Let you up for what? Are you a Trump supporter? What are you trying to come up for? Are you trying to come up for a debate?
How's it going?
Good. Are you trying to come up for a debate?
You hear me?
Yeah, I can. Are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
Are you kind of delayed? Were you trying to come up for a debate?
I mean, just, I know you're about to get out, but the comment that you made just a few minutes ago about mediocre white males,
it struck a nerve?
Yeah, it did, because it's stuff like that that just drives, white males away. It's like, if the left really wants their support.
Hey, really quickly, sorry, do you have are you have me on Bluetooth or something? You got an echo.
Yeah. Hang on. I'm sorry. Hang on one sec. I'll switch it.
Yeah.
All right, turn it off.
Here's Devontae Adams on the side.
Sorry about that. How about that? Better?
Yeah, no, way better.
Yeah, no, car Bluetooth. I mean, hey, so it's inevitable. White people had obviously disproportionate amount of power, and it's been declining. I mean, there's no debating that. Anybody who's got any sense, and I do admit there's some people on the right that have no sense. They try to pretend like everything's been, Civil Rights Act, racism's been dead for 70 years, and they're like, okay, I'm not talking about those delusional people.
Mm-hmm.
But there are a lot of white people like myself. I'm 43 that are, consider themselves a little bit in the middle, kind of flip flop around.
Mm-hmm.
It's that sentiment will drive people like me away in droves.
Okay.
From the left. It's just all you're gonna do. It's like, okay, fine, you hate us, then we're gone. Bye.
Okay.
Like if we're trying to build a coalition to defeat Donald Trump, defeat MAGA, like those kind of comments aren't gonna help. They're gonna make things worse.
I disagree.
How so?
You know why? So have you ever been scrolling through TikTok live and you see like women hosting those lives and they're like, all men choose the bear? You ever see that one?
Oh yeah. I mean, I've more heard people comment about them. I'm being straight.
All good. I see those all the time. And you know what I do when I come across those lives? You want to know what I do?
What?
I'm like, that's what's up. I agree. And I keep it pushing because the saying, if it doesn't apply, let it fly, is something that I live by. And so understanding that a hit dog will holler every single time, if it's something that is true, then we can deal with it. And
but it's not true.
It's absolutely true. What did I say that wasn't true?
No, it's not true.
What did I say that wasn't true?
Your assessment is that white people or white males specifically are angry because being mediocre ain't enough anymore. And
sure,
that's not true.
That's absolutely true. Do you know what incel is?
That is absolutely that's not true.
100% true. Do you know what incel is?
I'm familiar with the term. Yes.
Do you know what red pill culture is?
I do.
Do you know who the Groypers are?
That I don't. I'm not familiar with that term.
That's Nick Fuentes and like his whole gang and all this other stuff. The point that I'm trying to get to is literally this. There's a movement that has occurred, and the movement has continued to build, where young white men are literally saying that they're being forgotten because other people are gaining, and no one is specifically doing things for them, and they feel victimized because like they're not getting the attention that other people are getting. And so they're lashing out in multiple ways, right? Like, I don't know how long you, or even if you heard like the start of the story, but the reason that I even was saying the things that I said is because the first person that joined my live was a young white kid, like really young. And he came up and he just started spamming the N-word, right? And the point that I'm getting across is that it's an epidemic because of how they feel like no one cares about them. But the point that I'm trying to get across is just because we're saying that everyone should be cared about does not mean that we're saying that we're taking away the care from them. And they literally think they're victims.
Well, here's the issue. So I have dabbled in Fuentes' content, not because I agree with it, but because I'm just like, this guy's really famous, and I'm like, all right, why? I've tried to figure out why. And this is what I would say. There are a number of people who have a ton of followers, including Fuentes, who say some pretty outrageous shit. Okay, anybody who says that Hitler is quote unquote cool is
Hitler. I
think definitionally stupid. And that is what I have to say about Nick Fuentes. However, the issue that I have is you're making an assumption that there's no fire there, that there's no legitimate, like the assertion you're making is that most of this is just simply unfounded white rage that doesn't have a basis in reality, and therefore it needs to be extinguished as just mere stupidity. And that's where I would push back on. I'm not saying that.
Can you name one way that white men have been disenfranchised in America?
Particularly within political debates, there is entirely too much. There's too many people on the left trying to say, sit down, shut up. White males have been in charge for too long. Be quiet. Just listen.
Okay, so you're saying the way that white men are being disenfranchised is because
that is not a basis for a dialogue.
Wait, hold on. It says, so you're saying that the way that white men have been disenfranchised is by people on the left saying mean words to them,
telling them that their opinion doesn't matter. They don't that their opinions don't matter. They don't have the right skin color. They don't have the right religion. They don't have the right gender. Therefore, they need to just shut up and take it.
Okay, cool.
And
all right, hold on one second. Let's stay right there. So your opinion is the mean words, right? That's how white men have been disenfranchised. Okay, cool.
If you treat people with disrespect, they're not going to listen to you. It's a simple fact.
Sure, that's fine. Do you know what a pulse oximeter is?
Measures oxygen levels in the body, I think.
Okay. Absolutely.
Go ahead.
It's absolutely a medical device. It's been around for a long time. It's a commonly used device. Did you know that the pulse oximeter doesn't work properly on Black people?
And I'm guessing for the same reason that like Fitbits and other devices like that. I've heard that, that with darker skin tones, it just doesn't work as well. Yeah.
So a very important medical piece of equipment that has been around for a while that has the ability to be corrected has not been corrected because it doesn't harm other people. It hurts Black people, right? And so, it's medical racism. That's the point that I'm trying to get across. Is like one way that Black people have been disenfranchised is through medical racism, right? Like that's literally a thing. It's part of the society that we live in. Question for you. Do you know what a DNC is?
No, I was thinking DNR. No, go ahead.
No, when it comes to like women and health.
I don't know.
So a DNC is a medical procedure that is completed. It's a type of abortion that is medically necessary to save the life of women. Did you know that in certain areas, women are restricted from being able to gain access to a DNC, which is medically necessary?
So you're saying there are states that do not allow abortions, even in the case of saving the life of the mother?
I'm saying what they do is they make it to such an extreme point that you literally have to be moments away from losing your life in order to be able to get one. Places like Georgia, places like I think it's Arkansas, places like Texas. It's literally you have to be on your deathbed, and I'm not exaggerating. You literally have to be moments away from dying for them to do it. And in most cases, in multiple cases, they've waited too long, and the women just die.
Okay, well, I will tell you what I think, and I will tell you what I've heard. What I think is that's completely unnecessary. If women are dying because the law is too strict, that obviously needs to be fixed.
That's fine. 100%. I'm just trying to I don't want to dispute like what's happening. I'm just giving you this specific example. So that's a way that women have been disenfranchised in the country. I agree. Yeah. Question for you. When's the last time you went out to dinner?
Probably my daughter's birthday a couple weeks ago.
When you made the decision to go out to dinner, like what were some of the factors as far as where you were going to go?
Wanted something kid friendly.
Okay, something kid friendly. What were you thinking when you thought kid friendly? Like, what do you mean?
Oh, just, something that is catered towards families. I think we went to like a Ruby Tuesday,
Got it.
Great white people, Ruby Tuesday.
Did you check to see if they had the menu in Braille?
I didn't know.
What about like when you travel? Like if you want to go on a vacation, how often have you checked to see if the area is wheelchair accessible?
I mean, that's almost universal at this point. If it's not, that'd be news to me.
It's not. But when's the last time have you actually checked to make sure the area that you're going to is wheelchair accessible?
Oh, I don't do that because nobody in our family are in wheelchairs. Okay, with respect, these are all very clear, and I agree. Examples of
I want to let me finish this point.
So what do you get?
The point with that is that this is way like the fact that people with disabilities don't have the same level of access as people without disabilities. They are quite literally disenfranchised.
Yes.
Right. I could keep going with the queer community. I could keep going across the board.
Yes.
The point that I'm trying to make, right, because now I'm getting long-winded and I don't want to do that. But the point that I'm trying to make is that when you talk about being disenfranchised and we bring up every other community,
I did not say white people are disenfranchised. I said they're being disrespected. There's a difference.
I told you to name one way that young white men were being disenfranchised in America. And you said because of mean words. That's what you said.
Your words were mean words. That's not what I said.
Yeah, you said how people on the left tells them to sit down and shut up, and they've been in power for too long and da. Yeah, mean words. You said mean words. I just gave you actual tangible items of how other groups are actually disenfranchised. And when I say disenfranchised, I don't mean that they're inconvenienced. I don't mean that they're hearing mean words. I mean, people are literally dying because of the way that they're being disenfranchised today, not years ago, but today in America. So I say all that to say this, the premise that white men or young white men for some reason is not getting something because people are saying things that hurt their feelings. I'm sorry, but life is hard. Get a fucking helmet. It's hard for everyone.
Then don't come crying to me when JD Vance wins in 2028. If you keep the rhetoric being put on against white people, you're basically asking them to go vote for the right. If the goal is to get politically left people elected and into power, talking like this is not the way to get them to re-engage. I'm just that is my point. You can say that they need to grow tougher skin, and to a certain extent, I would certainly agree with that. However, the whole point of the left I grew up in the 90s and the 2000s. That the Democrats, the left, was the big tent party. It was everybody's, like, we're going to get, it was the broad spectrum. We're going to bring in everybody, white people, black people, Indian people, Chinese people, but queer, straight, doesn't matter, everybody. And the problem that I'm seeing is that there is this animosity, this vitriol, this vengeance streak in the political left. And it's and a lot of white people like myself are like, I don't want to put up with this anymore.
Yeah,
we are allowed.
I want to say this. I want to say this because I think no. I need to land this point. You're like, yeah, that's fine. No, the point that I want to be really concise as far as what I'm saying, because I think you may be a little bit confused as far as what I'm saying and what I'm doing. Right. While I do want the people on the left in power, right? Yeah. I'm not talking to people on the right. I'm talking to all of them. There are young white men on the left. There are young white men on the right. There are young white men, period. I'm not talking to young white men just in America. I'm not talking to young white men on one side of the political aisle. I'm talking to all of them, every single one of them. I don't give a shit about their political leniencies. That's not what we're here to talk about. I don't care. But the point and the fact of the matter is, I'm going to say this, and then Hector, I'm assuming, wanted to say something to you because he hopped in the box. So I'll give him the floor. The point that I really, I want to drive this home. And I think this is super important for you to hear
I think this is super important for everyone to hear, especially if anyone watches my live often and there's any type of misconceptions as far as like who I am and what I stand for or what I believe. I don't care about white comfort. Period.
That's fine.
I don't care about white people being comfortable.
Fine.
I care about the harm that's being caused to people in general. I don't care about men being comfortable. I care about the harm that's being caused in general. No one has the right to comfort. Yep. People are literally dying, and I don't give a shit if my words make you feel uncomfortable. I'm going to call it out each and every time.
Hector. Let me ask you.
Hang on, Hector. I think he wants to talk to you. I'm good.
But give me, dude. You said a lot of important things. Give me a sec to just.
No, that's fine. I mean, you can talk to Hector. Point it towards Hector.
I know. So I am a middle-aged white guy. That's who I am, and I have considered myself politically left a long time. Here's where I'm coming. I feel that the political left, Trump had no business whatsoever winning in 2024. And frankly, he really didn't have any business winning in 2016. The reason he won twice, I believe very sincerely, is that the left doesn't fundamentally understand where his support is coming from. There is this belief that, that the old white ass crackers, the good old boys, the ones that have been running the show for hundreds of years. There's this belief that it's their dying wish to fight back after the black Barack Obama was in power. This is the last gasp of white racist America, and Trump is their guy. And I am trying to tell you very sincerely, I completely disagree with that. Is there that element? Sure. But the reason that you lost in 2024 is because the left seems to think it's just a bunch of incels, inbred white hicks with no education. They'll, oh yeah, Trump's going to fight for me, and we're just a bunch of dumbasses. And it's like, you lost badly in 2024. Because that isn't what's happening.
That's a lie. Hold on one second, Hector. TJ, that's a lie. When you say, hold on, one second. No, that's not true. See, that's that white comfort that you're heading to right now. That's a fucking lie. It was the smallest presidential victory in modern U.S. history. So for you to say that they lost badly, you guys love to say, oh, they won all the swing states. It was the smallest margin, and Donald Trump won by a little less than 2 million total votes. And that's what people protest voting. People sitting out, with Kamala Harris having 107 days to run an election. Donald Trump running for office for 9 years. Kamala Harris not even being able to establish her own team, had to handpick a VP at a Spurs moment. Literally, Donald Trump pulled off the smallest victory in United States history, in modern presidential history. And you're sitting here saying lost bad. Stop it. Absolutely stop it. Hector, floor is yours.
Yeah, 6,000%. So, Walking, you mentioned the left when they speak on essentially bum white hickeys in trailer parks who wanted to push back against Obama winning. And then you also added on to that, which that's a portion of it. So that already tells me you have an understanding that there's a demographic out there who very much did retaliate and vote based off of that, right? We can agree that portion exists. So when the left speaks to that portion and on that portion, they're talking to that side of the aisle. Would you think that encompasses all white men when we're talking to them? Probably doesn't know how to unmute.
I didn't realize I was muted. Sorry, go ahead. I didn't quite understand what you're trying to get at with that question. Can you restate, please?
You mentioned a portion of, I guess, small town Hicks, like we believe there's a portion of small town Hicks who just voted for Trump in retaliation for Obama and stuff. And then you added on that's a portion of it, right?
In the same way that there is a portion of the political left that is like communist, socialist, wants the government to do everything for them and wouldn't vote for a Republican if their life depended on it. Yes.
I disagree
There are
with that.
extremes on both. There are extremes on both ends.
Okay, sure, but you acknowledge the fact that that group exists, and then when we're speaking to that group, that's that group we're talking to. Does that encompass all white men?
I mean, he said white people. The reason that white people are.
I need you to listen closely. I need you to listen closely, because I mentioned, and you actually gave this example. I'm just repeating what you said. A very specific group. A very specific group. So does that specific group, would that encompass all white men?
Monarch time.
I guess not.
Okay. Now, I like white men walking. I love white men. I think you guys are funny. I think some of you guys are unhinged in like an entertaining way. You know, I think that there's a lot of you who are very much, you know, you're merit based and you try to break free from the mold that, let's be real, as in society.
Sure.
Y'all's community set the bar very low. I think there's a lot of you who break from that mold and you try to be good people.
Who set the bar low? Set the bar low on what?
The history of this country has shown that white people have a low bar to meet, which enables systemic racism, so on and so forth. And there's many of you, which you seem to be somewhat of that group, that try to break free from that. I refuse to be racist regardless of my ancestry. I refuse to be this because of this, right? You try to be a good person and have nothing to do with race, right?
Of course.
Okay, cool. There would be a separate issue with that group, right? The group that wouldn't be on the right, because we're specifically talking the right about right things. But then when Santana's talking about white people as a whole, there's a bigger problem that would supersede party, right? So it's good that when we're having these conversations, understand who we're speaking to and how we're speaking to them. Now, why is it that you believe that the left is alienating white men with how we talk about specific groups of white men?
Well, I think it goes. Frankly, I think it goes beyond white men, because I don't want to describe conservatism as white America, because that's too big of a boat. I would simply say this: when you see someone with a MAGA hat, do you think, oh, they're a racist?
No,
most likely.
I don't. When I see someone with a MAGA hat, I don't think they're a racist, but I think at the very least, racism is not a deal breaker. At the very least.
It's not a deal breaker. Right, that sentiment right there is wrong.
How am I wrong?
That's wrong.
Did Donald Trump? Okay, cool. Donald Trump is a racist.
Hold up.
Donald Trump is a racist. No. Hold on. Donald Trump is a racist.
That's not.
Donald Trump is a racist. No. If you vote for a racist, are you at the very least okay with him being a racist?
He's not racist.
He's absolutely a racist. I can substantiate that. And just because you don't think he is, does not mean that he is not. I'm pretty sure you don't know what race is, what racism is. Like I'm positive that you're not equipped for that overall conversation. But the point that I'm making is
now you're just blanking.
What's race? What's race?
Race is a color of somebody's skin.
No, it's not.
Seriously?
That's why I said what
I mean, what point do you think you're trying to make with this?
The point that I'm trying to make is you sitting up here trying to tell me that Donald Trump is a racist when you don't actually understand race nor racism. You're not equipped to be the arbiter of who is or who is not.
Donald Trump has thought and believed racist things in his life. Yes.
I'm not talking about thought or believing. I'm talking about him actively being a racist, even up into and even him being in office, he has actively perpetuated racism.
No,
I'm not saying that I think and believe. I'm telling you, I can prove everything that I said. The point that I'm making is, no, I don't think every single person that wears a MAGA hat is a racist.
That Donald Trump thought white nationalists and neo-Nazis.
I don't think that every single person that wears a MAGA hat is a racist. I think that at least every single person that voted for Donald Trump, racism is not a deal breaker, just like sexism, just like classism, just like fascism. None of those things are a deal breaker.
And that sentiment that you're describing right there is why the political left is bleeding people, not just white people.
Hector, do you want to try to finish? Because
yeah, so I do want to get back to that, but I want to finish my point, because once we get into race, it's going to get real. Anyway, so before we get back to that point, walking, right? I think I can't fully see your name.
Well,
what do you think? Walking Dead, got you. What do you think is the difference between you, white guy up here on the panel, and the potentially hundreds of white men in the chat? What do you think is the difference between you and them?
That's a little too broad of a question. I mean,
okay,
what do you,
got you. I'll make it more
context
specific.
are you talking here?
The white men down in the chat who are following Santana, who listen to him every day, who understand exactly what he's saying, who are on our side of the aisle. What do you think is the difference between you and them?
I can't speak for them. I mean, what you got to understand is I was on the political.
I didn't ask you to speak for them. I asked you to speculate. Obviously, I asked for your opinion, so that wouldn't be rooted in anything other than what you personally feel. So, what do you think with that? What do you think that difference would be?
I think that they are more politically liberal than I am. That's what I think. I am more politically conservative.
Obviously, they're more politically liberal, but what does that mean? Let's go a little bit deeper than that. If they're white men in the chat who come into this live and listen to Santana bash them on a daily basis, what do you think is the difference between you and them? Why do you think they keep coming back to listen to this versus you, who thinks that this is a problem with the left?
Personally, I think it's just because they agree with Santana's politics, which I don't.
Okay. So you would believe with Santana's politics, and help me out here. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm just going to try and make a guesstimate. You tell me if I'm accurate.
Sure.
You would believe that the white men who listen to Santana every day and come into this live and agree with the things he's saying, do you believe that they suffer from a form of white guilt, to believing themselves inferior, to believing that they are the perpetuators of racism and all these things, and that they're the whole problem, and they have to bow down to Santana's superiority and intelligence? Is that something that would be along your belief system?
I think that the white people in the chat, by and large, agree with Santana. This country is more racist than I think that it is. I think that's the big difference. I think you think this country is still very racist, and that is why Kamala lost.
You don't know what race is, but quick question: what is racism?
Racism is the belief that certain races are better than others purely because of skin color.
That's not right. Again, so you've already demonstrated that you don't know what race is, nor racism. Who created race?
Nobody. It's just genetic.
That's not right either. And race is not genetic. See, listen.
How about you tell me how I'm wrong then, instead of just being snide about it?
No, but what I'm saying is you're sitting up here talking like you are the arbiter of understanding, and you don't even know what the things are.
And you are?
When you have a moment, no, I'm not going to educate you. I will tell you to go look up who. I will tell you to go.
Right there, it's stupid. It's stupid.
I will tell you to go look up Gomez de Zurara, and also go check out the Pepper Bulls. Like, go do some research. Go look that information up, and then you can go from there.
What? Like what? Name one book I should read.
Gomez de Zurara. A Portuguese.
No. Hey, come on, be specific. What do I need to read? What do I need to go and
I just told you, go look up Gomez de Zurara, a Portuguese man, and also go look up the Pepper Bulls. Go look that information up, and then maybe you can figure out what race and racism is, who started it, why it was justified to the church. You will figure out all of those things. Once you understand
about the church, what did you say about the church?
Exactly. You don't know these things, and since you don't know these things,
give me a freaking break. Are you trying to say okay? So now the church is involved in this too? Really? Really? Is Jesus a white man?
Walking.
Jesus is not a white man. Also, Jesus isn't real.
What? You think Jesus didn't exist?
I think that for you to sit here and pretend as if you know about a fucking, if you sit here and talk about knowing and with empirical fact that Jesus is real, you're a fucking liar. You can believe, but you can't sit here and say with empirical data that he was real. The point that I'm sitting here trying to make, right, is that the reason that race was created was to justify chattel slavery to the church. In order to get the approval, you need to go look this information up, because you don't know. So if you don't know, then you should probably stop trying to talk about it. Hector.
All right. Walking. So when I asked you to tell me the difference between you up here in the chat, you up here in the panel, and then the chat, the white men in the chat, I gave scenarios. You answered the question. You said the difference between them and you would be that they believe that there's more racism in this country right now than you think is actually taking place, right? That's what you said? I think that's what you said. So,
among other things.
What?
Yeah, that would be one thing, yes.
One thing. Okay, so let's go off of that one thing. So wouldn't you then agree with me when I would say that would be a difference of potentially opinion or education, right? What if, hear me out, the white men in the chat may be privy to things that you aren't? Is that a possibility?
It's always
or
possible.
vice versa. You could be privy to things that the white men in the chat aren't, right?
Exactly.
Is that
Yes.
fair?
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. Cool. So now that we're on the same page there,
yeah.
The problem with going about that conversation and showing who is a bit more knowledgeable would be that we would have to then understand race. We would then have to understand racism. And I'm just going to spoil it. When you said with your full chest that Donald Trump is not a racist, you kind of lost the battle here.
According to you.
According to me, absolutely, 6,000%. So what now I'm going to do, and Santana, obviously it's your platform, pitch in whatever. What I'm then going to do is then to ask you a couple questions about Donald Trump and racism and see where you land.
But before you do that, I want to say thank you to a couple of people just because I want to get one off. W's in the chat for Kristen for the $5 super chat to say, the walk, would you rather hear grab them by the you know what is better? Feel leftist yet? Yeah, like the things that you have to actually be able to put up with in order to justify supporting, Donald Trump. That's fucking wild. W's in the chat for cancel for the $2 super chat just for some love. W's in the chat for Nikia for the $2 208. I think that's like probably $3 Canadian cent. Love you, Santana. I'm from Montreal, Canada. Listened to you a few days ago with a discussion about men, and I really enjoyed it. And can I find it a recording on YouTube? Yeah, it's on YouTube. It's absolutely on YouTube. You just have to remember the day. And I want my boyfriend to hear it. Yeah. It's absolutely on YouTube. It is. W's in the chat for Joseph for the $10 donation. Joseph, I normally don't. Joseph, I can send you this $10 back, but I don't take donations for people to be brought up. Like I just don't do that. And also technically, the walking wasn't even supposed to be up here. I was in the middle of ending and found something, and then I let them up, and that's why we are here now. And I'm not going to just end the conversation, but I'll send this back. But I'm sorry, I don't take donations to bring people up, but I appreciate you. So the one that I wanted to read off is from Jocelyn, who sent a $1 donation saying, I don't think you should read this out loud. Just in case it might incite the guest. But his white fragility is crazy. Instead of listening to what you guys are saying and have some introspection, he's looking for more and more reasons to be offended. Listen, Jocelyn, I'm talking directly to you right now. Jocelyn, what it is that the most fragile thing on earth is the male ego. That's just a fact. That's literally a fact. The most fragile thing on earth is a male ego. Now, when you combine that male ego with white fragility, you get a monster. And that's what you're seeing on full display right now, Jocelyn. Just so you know what's happening. I just wanted to make sure, Jocelyn, that you know. So I was speaking directly to you. Thank you so much for that $1 donation. And thank you for having this moment with me, Jocelyn. I just wanted to make sure I told you that. W's in the chat for you. Sorry, go ahead, Hector.
Okay. So give me your just rough understanding of what racism is, walking.
First off, thank you for bringing me up. And Hector, both of you have been very respectful. These are the kind of conversations that need to be had between people who disagree with one another. Okay, let me just say that.
I agree.
All right, I appreciate y'all. All right, so what is racism? Racism is believing that someone's skin color has anything to do with the person inside. If you make any assumptions about a person based on their skin color, that's racism.
Okay, so that definition is a bit deeper than that, but we'll go with that. Okay. So someone could then use someone's race against them, right? In a negative fashion that would be unjust to their character and other qualities about them, right?
Correct. Yep.
Okay, cool. So can you give me an example of racism?
Oh yeah. I got a friend of mine who is a doctor. He's the top 0.1% of earners in this country. He's black, very black. And he was at a country club for a wedding, full suit, full suit with a bow tie, and he was mistaken as one of the wait staff by an elderly white guest. That was straight up racism.
Oof. That's fucked up.
That's very fucked up. Yes.
Okay, got you. Cool. So,
Hector, you better be going somewhere with this shit. I swear, before white Jeebus, you better be going somewhere with this shit.
You may be thinking of a different thing, but I'm going with this thing. But I think we're on the same page. I think. So, walking. With that, I'm going to go with your definition of racism, which isn't fully encompassing, but it's a start. Okay, that person, your friend, one of the top earners, a super qualified person doing exceptionally well in life, was devalued based off the color of his skin to just a waiter, which, to be clear, nothing wrong with waiters. Service work is just as important as other work. We all make the world go round. But that's how it was viewed by these other people. Okay, great. Kamala Harris.
Yep.
What did Donald Trump say about her?
You're going to need to be way more specific than that.
Negatively. What did he negatively say about Kamala Harris?
You still got to be way more. You still got to be way more specific.
I don't.
Just give me something here. Like I don't.
That's what I'm asking you. He's anything. Give me an example of a negative thing that he said about Kamala Harris.
She screwed up the border.
She screwed up the border. Okay.
Yeah.
So in order to
letting a lot of people over the border that shouldn't have been.
Got you. So we'll play with that for a bit, and then I'll get into my example.
Sure.
Does a vice president have executive power over something like the southern border?
I mean, Biden assigned her to the border. He delegated that responsibility to her, and Biden did that publicly.
Incorrect. No problem.
You're saying that Biden did not publicly say that Kamala Harris was in charge of the border. You're saying that's
absolutely. In fact, I'm about to clarify. So March of 2021, he held a press conference where he was talking about the things and their mission for his presidency, blah, blah, blah. He invited Kamala Harris up where they announced their root causes strategy. And what she was to be is to be the lead in efforts in a diplomatic approach to addressing the root causes of immigration from the northern triangle of Central America to the United States, right? Which would be Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador. And that's exactly what she did. I want to emphasize, and you can go over the transcript of that entire thing. In fact, I have that information. I can send it to you if you would like, because not a lot of people actually watched it or read it. It was never about executive power because one, he couldn't have done that. She couldn't have done that. She's the vice president. And she did, I believe, starting July of 2021 is where it started to take off. We had the root causes strategy. She worked with certain programs, and they started the PCA, which was the Partnership of Central America. And then that was how they went about the root causes strategy. So they assessed that economic struggles was the reason why so many people kept trying to come to the country from those specific areas. She was able to get 5.2 to 5.6 billion in private sector investments. Our government gave them 4 billion that went into like schools, that went into building up jobs, so on and so forth. Okay.
Right.
That was her job as a vice president. Again, it was a diplomatic approach, not executive power. So it never was meant to be some wall building, encounter dropping thing, because she couldn't do that. In fact, this is something that we've done before. It was Joe Biden's role as a vice president under the Obama administration. He had a $700 million budget. Kamala Harris was able to supersede that. So we'll do that for a second. Anyway, so that's a misconception that she was a border czar and she failed at the border, because people don't even understand what that meant. And the fact that we never even held that title in the U.S. government until Tom Homan. And that's under the Trump administration.
All right. I'm going to do two things. Number one, I'm going to acknowledge that you're factually correct. Okay. I'm going to, and that I did not know a lot of what you just said. I'm going to first acknowledge that. Secondly, can you at least understand the average voter, which I definitely would fall into that category, how that's really splitting hairs?
No. I cannot.
Then I don't know what to tell you, dude.
The problem with saying
you know what the issue is? It's not splitting hairs. It's the fact that you guys are so willing to believe like the bullshit. Like that's what it is. It's actually willing to just buy in and absolutely believe bullshit without any type of proof, facts, information, or evidence. Like you just accept it, and that's the problem.
Let's reframe this. Let's go ahead and reframe this. What do you acknowledge that, particularly on the conservative end of this country, they view the millions of people that came over the border during Biden's 4 years? Would you at least acknowledge a lot of people had a real problem with that?
6,000%.
They don't know why though.
Well,
did any of them question why?
Oh, we know it. Why? Why do people across
why
the
did
border?
The people come across the border? Yes. Why?
Better opportunities here than where they were.
No, that's not it. You guys are so fucking unintellectually inquisitive. That's not the reason. Really? First and foremost, the reason why is because one, the countries had been destabilized by the United States of America, forcing people to actually.
It's the Americans' fault, isn't it? It really is. It's just
this literally just happened in Venezuela with the capturing of Maduro. And then No, I'm going to finish this sentence. I'm going to finish this sentence.
What's that want to be?
It literally just happened with the United States going in and capturing Maduro in Venezuela. And Kristi Noem, the head of DHS, just announced a new opening for TPS for Venezuelan migrants. Literally, the United States has a history of destabilizing countries to the south of us, and then they travel to our country for a better life. And literally, we just did that. And the Trump administration themselves are the one admitting that we have to take these people in. So how do you square that circle?
Santana's correct. And to add to that, Walking, this isn't the first time under the Trump administration. Literally his last week in office, was it DED or is it DND, Santana? The last couple of days, he passed an executive order to give several 100,000 of them temporary protected status to come to the United States.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. So you can look that up literally in the last week. It's DED or DND, deferred something departure. So I don't want to get too far off from the point. So the one example I just gave you in terms of the misinformation about the border and her being a quote unquote border czar, being in charge of the border. DNF. Thank you. That kind of proves one of my points. I'm not going to necessarily make the racist argument with that, but I would definitely say it's rooted in misogyny, and I'm not going to touch that too much.
Okay,
so far.
What evidence do you have that him making that accusation against her had anything to do with misogyny? Explain that one.
Easy. So I'm not going to use that one example to do so.
Really quick, do you know what misogynoir is? TJ, just checking before Hector said. Do you know what misogynoir is?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so. Anyway, go ahead, Hector.
Yeah. Okay. So everything that you know about Kamala Harris's role when it comes to the border, which again was more so the Northern Triangle, was a Republican talking point. It was misinformation versus what her actual role is. And we can have a conversation about the Partnership for Central America and what its actual impact was and how that should have been coupled with maybe even better executive action from the Biden administration before 2023, 2024. That's a conversation we can absolutely have. One that we can't have is speculating on powers that Kamala Harris never had. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I totally get that. I mean, all I'm asking you to do is to acknowledge she was part of an administration, even if she didn't have direct control over the border in the way that I stated earlier. And again,
she was part of an administration that was viewed by a large portion of America as failing on the border, 6,000%.
I can admit deny something that's not factually accurate, which I am. Okay, I'm just simply pointing out she was part of an administration that allowed millions, nearly 10 million people to come across the border illegally, undocumented, and that a lot of people had a problem with that. And she did not publicly say that she was against that. She did not publicly say
she literally did. She literally did. She said, do not come. I don't want to pivot too far off of that. I just want to make that one point. So, okay, we have that point right there. All right. Now, Kamala Harris is a DEI hire. She's stupid. She's slow. Sorry.
Yeah. Donald Trump's words. Cannot use that word.
Yeah. But Donald Trump's words, she's unqualified.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Is that accurate?
He said that. Now, and look, I'll make the defense. You've heard it a million times, and I don't want to trigger anybody, but I will say it. But Biden, when he was picking his running mate, made a colossal mistake. A colossal mistake. This is what Biden should have said. What he should have said was, I'm going to pick the most qualified person that I possibly can, and then he should have picked Kamala Harris. That's what he should have done. But
what do you think he said?
But what he instead said was that he was going to
let him say it.
Said that he was going to hire a black woman, and that was catastrophically bad.
I fucking knew you were going to say it. You guys say the same stupid shit over and over and over. He never said that he was going to pick a black woman. That's why I let you walk right into it. He never said, I'm going to pick a black woman. He said, I will pick a woman. A woman. That's what he said. He never said a black woman.
That was still stupid then.
No, it's not, because you're sitting here saying that there's never been a woman vice president. Yes, we should have had representation for women as far as not only vice president, but the president. And so he made his intentions clear that he was going to pick a woman, which there was nothing wrong with it. Now, the thing that you guys tend to conflate it with is him saying that he wanted to put a black woman on the Supreme Court. But he never said that his VP was going to be a black woman. You guys say the same shit over and over and over. Like, do you guys ever get tired of being fucking parrots?
But here's the problem. It still works even if he said woman, because at the end of the day, he should have just said, I'll take the best person.
It doesn't. It only works for fragile men like yourself. It only works for fragile men like you. I'm sorry, Hector, I'm sorry. I'm done. I'm tired of hand holding. If you got a point to make, I'm trying to hold it back. Like, if you got a point, I want you to drive your point home, because I don't want to hold hands anymore.
You're scoring here. All you do is drive people like me away.
I don't give a shit about driving people like you away, because you know what? If you're such a fucking snowflake, right? That the idea and the premise that people want equity and equality will drive you away from a political sense. If you're willing to vote for someone that's overwhelmingly harmful, not just to you, but to America in general, just because someone hurt your feelings, then you need to go to fucking therapy. That's a you problem, bud. I don't care about your feelings. I care about people. I care about the country. I care about what's happening in our world. And for you to sit here and say, oh, you're driving people away. If me sitting here calling out white privilege is a problem with you, and me calling out white privilege is going to make you vote to harm other people, then you are the problem. Period. Grow the fuck up. I'm sorry, Hector.
No, you're good. Like I said, when I choose a baby, I don't expect anyone else to. I do want to say this, because I know you're still down in the comments, good sir. We mentioned, and we had the understanding that the difference between you and then the white men in the chat could be education or opinion. You, now for the third or fourth time, had your opinions, your talking points, often parroted and perpetuated by the right, debunked. And then we then gave you the education and the accurate information of what was actually happening. So, by your own words, thank you guys for the gifts. By your own words, you would be the victim of Republican propaganda. The white men in the chat would have been more educated than you, and that's why they can come to terms with what's actually being said versus you, who was on the defense. Now, my final point I was going to make with the DEI stuff. We know exactly who Donald Trump calls DEI hires. We know that his understanding of DEI is non-existent. And if anyone who believes that it is a quota that chooses people based off of race and gender and not merit is fundamentally incorrect. So then why would you tout that around on one of the most qualified black women candidates, or black candidates ever? Because you're racist. I'm not going to get into the stuff that he said about this person and that person. I'm not going to get into the Supreme Court picks. I'm not going to get into the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, 2010s, or all the examples in 2024, or the list I just compiled of racist shit he said and done in 2025. No need to get into all of that. Santana was right from the jump. We couldn't even, I decided to be nice. We couldn't even really have this conversation if you didn't even understand what race is. Because if you don't know what race is, how can you then talk about racism? So I hope you're still listening. And I hope you give this another shot another day. But that's the problem right there. Not what we're saying. It's the individuals who don't understand us. And as much as we try to explain it to you, instead of listening, you're on the fence. Defense.
Really quick, W's in chat for Mike. Mike sent a $10 donation saying, please, for Hector, I don't see his Venmo. He's awesome. Hector's okay. He's okay. Also, though, if you guys want to get one of these cool Kamala would never hats, this guy right here. Hector, I appreciate you coming out. I was literally supposed to already end, and I was literally just looking for a video, and I thought I would bring him up for a second. That shit turned into a whole thing. So anyway, I appreciate y'all.
Appreciate you letting me up.
Over to you. Yeah.
No problem.
W's in the chat for D Graham. Santana, you broke the fragile white toy. Listen, you know what's funny though? Like when I say these things, I'm not saying these things because like I hate white people or any weird shit like that. It's because it's true. And I don't say these things about men because I hate men. It's because it's true. And the only way that we're going to fix these things is if we address these things. And pretending that these things aren't true or pretending that these things have gone away, it's not going to fix it. And there's nothing that anyone can say that's going to hurt my feelings so bad that I would vote to harm other people. That doesn't make sense. That does not make sense. You cannot hurt my feelings so bad that I would put other people's lives in jeopardy because my feelings are hurt. What are we doing? Thank you for the bear. W's in chat from Matt Scramble for the $5 donation saying, caller showed his white male privilege by assuming that we want and need his fragile ass on our side. Exactly, because again, if you are willing to vote to harm others, then you're the problem. W's in chat for Allison for the $3 donation saying W bald heads, whatever. W's in the chat for Jocelyn for the $1 donation saying, I hope you have a great rest of your day. The One Piece is real. I haven't watched yesterday's episode. So what I was actually looking for the few people that are still hanging out here, I was saying that I have a video that I have to post, and I was finishing up the edits. And what I was just about to do is give you guys like a quick listen in to the start of this video because not gonna lie, chat, I'm starting some shit. Would anyone like to hear like the first, I think it's like 3 to 5 seconds of the video? Anyone interested in hearing like the first 3 to 5 seconds of this video that I'm finishing up? Yeah. Okay. This isn't the right video, but let me just make sure the audio is on. Hold on. Okay, here we go. It's gonna be really quick. Just a few seconds so you guys put your listening ears on. I was gonna put it out today, but I might just put it out tomorrow. Anyway, here it is. Hold on. You know the situation when you run into the worst possible person that you know, but for some reason you try to play nice and see if you can get along with that person? Well, that's what this is. Meet Joel Patrick. Meet Joel. You guys hear that? Sensational. Oh, anyway, guys, we're gonna get out of here. I gotta call it. I gotta call it. We're gonna go ahead and get out of here. We're gonna call it a day.
You stepped in the box, now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here, you better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts like lies, get left in shame. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Great stats will get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit. Yeah, step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch.
Guys, we're supposed to be done already. Super interesting end to the live, but I appreciate each and every one of you guys hanging out here. You all are fucking awesome, right? Best chat on the TikToks, period. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. We will be back tomorrow and we will get active, period. I love you guys. I do. Thank you for all the gifts, the likes, the taps, the shares. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you for being you. I absolutely freaking adore each and every one of you. I love you all. And as always, peace.